Welcome back to my YouTube channel, besties. We just received a response from the Salt Lake City Mayor on our appeal for the GRAMA request on the reductions that were done for the police report at the request of LAGUERITA70 on the domestic violence case. We're going to be reviewing all the records and going over the response from the Salt Lake City Mayor. Grab your coffee, settle in, and we'll start in a couple of minutes. As always, I'm going to pin in the chat how you can become a baddie to get access to full receipts, including the 911 call on this case, which hopefully we'll receive without redactions or less redactions soon. And if you want to support the live stream, you can do so by sending a tip. Thank you so much for being here, and I'll be right with you. Hi besties, I'll be right with you. Get your coffee, settle in. If you're new here, we always take a couple of minutes to get started. Get your coffees, set up whatever you need, and I'll start in a couple of minutes. Good morning, besties. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. I hope you have your coffee, your breakfast. I'm going to be eating breakfast really quick with you guys before we get started. Huge news. We just heard back from the Salt Lake City Mayor on the GRAMMA Appeal that I had filed in response to the redactions that we received as part of the public records request for the police reports for the domestic violence incident that were redacted in part because of Candace's objections. So we just heard back. Before I get into what the mayor said, I'm going to give you guys a recap of all the records as quickly as I can. If we're also going to go through the whiteboard today, we're going to recap what we've uncovered on the whiteboard, and then we're going to start fresh into the criminal history, which will include some of the narration of these reports. So how do I find my YouTube channel? Just hit Annie GRC, or the link in my TikTok bio will take you straight over there. Good morning. David Coffees. I'm sorry, I should have done this before I jumped on live. But it's been a there. Sorry, my audio sometimes cuts out. I think my wire. Let me know when I'm back. Are you guys excited? All right, really quick. Here is our board. We're going to be recapping all the history we found on the board. Sorry, my burrito has jalapeno in it and it tickled my throat. We're gonna recap all the research we did last week on the family history and then on the back, and then we're gonna erase it and we're gonna dive into the criminal cases. Sorry, let me hurry and shove this burrito down my throat. Are you guys all caught up? So, I received this email this morning in the middle of my HOA live stream. The way we cut that shit so fast, fuck the HOA and chanclas, we ain't got time. We've been waiting on this. This is a huge deal. I don't think you guys understand how big of a deal today's email is. I'm actually pretty fucking proud of myself. This is really good stuff. We are absolutely invested. We have been studying this case for weeks. Before I spill the beans, I need to give you a recap. And let me get into it, okay? I don't want to waste too much time eating. I'm sorry, I should have done this before I jumped on live because I want people to be able to just jump right into all the information. Let's recap why we're here and what this appeal is for. In 2 seconds. I'm trying to chew as fast as I can to jump into this. I've been muting on and off so you guys don't hear me chew, but the tea is fucking boiling. Are you guys got your coffee? Your tips? Your phone's fully charged? It's gonna be a good one. I am also gonna show you guys what I submitted as part of the appeal. I hadn't shared this because I wanted the appeal to either be approved or denied first so that she couldn't intervene, or I don't even know if she could, right? I'm also gonna show you guys what the appeals process entails. This could have ended up in a court hearing. Spoiler alert, we will be receiving more information on these reports. Who's rescheduling their meetings? I'm almost done with this damn burrito. All right, Starbucks should be getting here anytime now. So first, I'm going to show you guys why we're here. I'm going to show you guys why we're here and what led us here. All right. Receipts. Okay. Let me do a quick recap and explain what this GRAMMA appeal was about. Okay. So at the beginning of the series, we filed a GRAMMA request for the police records in Candace's and Fidel's domestic violence case that she has openly spoken about, openly identified herself as a victim in that case, and to date still has I believe a video on her YouTube channel about what happened. Okay, so when she learned that I had requested those records, she sent in this email to the prosecutor at the justice court that oversees Fidel's case, and she wrote, "I have been informed that a GRAMMA request has been submitted for records, redaction. I am formally requesting that any release of records be denied or significantly restricted due to safety concerns. Disclosure of any identifying or contextual information, redaction. I specifically request that this case be classified as protected under GRAMMA and that no information be released that could directly or indirectly identify me. Please treat this as an urgent safety matter and confirm that my objection has been received and considered prior to any release." I was informed after I sent in our GRAMMA request that an objection had been received, and due to that, the police department would need more time to process my request. So I then submit a GRAMMA request for the objection because her objection now becomes part of my request, and it's also part of the government property, and it's also subject to GRAMMA laws. So they sent me a copy of her email with partial redactions. They redacted what record she was specifying, and they redacted why she wanted this redacted. Okay. Obviously, my GRAMMA request was approved because I received it, but it was approved with a lot of redactions. So this was a copy of what I received, and then we received the police report with a lot of redactions that redacted context of the police report, not just identifying information. So in a domestic violence case, it is very common, it's actually standard, that the identity of the victims be concealed and be protected. My GRAMMA request was specifically for records on Fidel and this case and what happened. I knew I wasn't seeking any personal information of hers because she's already publicly identified herself as a victim in this case. So the police department took a little bit longer, and they provided me with the police report and the 911 call. Both the police report, as you can see, had a lot of redactions that were outside of the customary, just redacting the identifying information of the victim. They redacted information of things that happened, contextual things, just as she had requested in her objection. If you guys listen to the 911 call, which is also available on my baddies tier, there were about 3 minutes out of the entire call that was redacted. So I filed an appeal. I researched GRAMMA laws and I filed an appeal. And I'm going to show you guys what my appeal said. And I'll show you the city's response to the appeal. But really quick, 2 seconds while I pull up the appeal. So I'm just going to read it to you, okay? Let me make sure. Okay. So I'm just going to read it to you. You might not be able to see all of it, but this is a copy of the appeal that I sent into the city. Oh, my coffee just got here. Hold tight, okay? BRB, I'm grabbing my coffee from Uber. The tea is too hot for these interruptions, okay? Okay, so while I'm getting my coffee ready, we are getting ready to read what I appealed, and the not a grande. I wanted venti. Oh, okay, fine. I guess since we ordered caffeine without decaf, okay, fine, whatever. Okay, so I wanted to show you guys what I included in my appeal. I think this serves as educational research for you guys if you ever submitted a GRAMA request and you think you just have to take what the police department says. You don't, okay? I did feel like, because I have requested police reports in the past with domestic violence, I did feel like Candace's objection greatly influenced the redactions in the police report, where they redacted more than they should have under GRAMA law. Okay, I read the law, I researched it, and I didn't agree with the way that the records officer interpreted it. So I'm going to read to you what the grounds for my appeal was and what I said in my appeal. Okay, so I said, I'm challenging the city records decision dated April 7th, 2026 to redact records responsive to a GRAMA request concerning this case, which includes the police report, CAD call, 911 dispatch record, and written objection to the release of records. Appellant respectfully requests the release of the records in unredacted form, or, in the alternative, release of the records with only personally identifying information redacted while preserving the full narrative and substantive content. My grounds for appeal: the individual objecting to disclosure, Candace Smith Garcia Sanchez, has voluntarily placed the incident and her identity into the public domain through media and monetized online platforms, thereby dismissing any asserted privacy interest. See Exhibit 1, transcript and screen recording of LAGUERITA70's YouTube channel, Fidel's deportation story and public statements. So I included a copy of her own YouTube video. The public interest outweighs restriction pursuant to UCA Utah Code. The public interest in transparency, accuracy of public narratives, and accountability of law enforcement outweighs any remaining privacy interest. The records provided contain extensive redactions that remove substantial narrative content rather than narrowly tailored personal identifiers, contrary to GRAMA's requirement to release reasonably segregable information. Independent evaluation is required. The governmental entity must independently apply the statutory balancing test and not rely solely on a third-party objection. Public accountability. Public statements made by the victim, Candace Smith Garcia Sanchez, regarding this incident raise questions that warrant transparency in order to evaluate the accuracy of those claims. Appellant is complying this information in her capacity as an independent reporter. Depending on the contents of the records requested, appellant may submit materials to appropriate authorities, including law enforcement or the district attorney, for review of potential misconduct. For the foregoing reasons, appellant requestfully requests that the decision be reversed or modified to allow disclosure of the requested records. Oops. Then I want to show you what I submitted with the appeal. This was the supplemental materials. Okay, appellant submits the following materials in support of this appeal: the marriage certificate of defendant and victim, court case documentation, transcripts of public statements, documentation of publicly disseminated content. These materials are provided to assist in applying the balancing test under Utah Code. I provided a timeline of relevant events, beginning with November 2011, the incident of domestic violence occurs. January 6, 2012, Fidel is charged. February 16, 2012, Fidel pleads guilty to Class C misdemeanor assault and domestic violence in the presence of a child. The defendant is sentenced and the case is closed. March 7th, 2012, Fidel is deported to Mexico. See progress report submitted to 4th District Court of Heber City by adult probation and parole. March 2nd, 2006, the parties are wed. See marriage certificate. November 15, 2016, Fidel Garcia Sanchez pleads guilty to federal charges of re-entry of previously removed alien. See statement of dependent in advance of guilty plea in the United States of America versus Fidel Garcia Sanchez. Candace Smith submits character letter in the same case. See submission of character letters. In August 2017, Fidel is deported to Mexico after serving a year in federal custody for unlawful reentry of a previously removed alien. June 13th, 2020, Candace Smith launches a public YouTube channel under La Güerita, Our Life in Mexico After Deportation. March of 2023, Candace Smith posts public videos identifying herself as a victim in the domestic violence case. And that is what I submitted. Okay, so today I received the response from the mayor. So now I'm going to show you what was sent in by the mayor, and I'm going to read it with you and give you a timeline and show you what they responded. Okay. Below is my formal response to your appeal dated April 10th, 2026 of Salt Lake City's response to your records request under GRAMA Utah Code, submitted on March 19, 2016. On March 19, 2026, you made a GRAMA request to Salt Lake City for any available police report, 911 dispatch call, or transcript related to the incident on November 29, 2011 at the following address involving Fidel Garcia Sanchez in response to a domestic violence incident. On March 11th, 2026, the city responded to your records request, providing the records via a shared Google Drive using the search terms provided in your request. The city did not provide a line-by-line response to each request, but rather responded by providing all the responsive records to your request through a shared Google Drive. On April 10th, 2026, you filed an appeal of the GRAMA response requesting the release of the records in unredacted form, or in the alternative, release of the records with only personally identifying information redacted while preserving the full narrative and substantial content. After reviewing the request submitted, the records provided, the relevant GRAMA provisions, and the arguments submitted with the appeal, I have determined the following. On April 7th, 2026, the city provided a copy of the police report for this case with the corresponding CAD call and witness statements with portions redacted based on privacy exemptions afforded under GRAMA, which provides that if properly classified by a governmental entity, records containing data on individuals, the disclosure of which constitutes a clearly unwarranted invasion of person privacy, does not have to be released. On April 9th, 2026, the city provided you a copy of the 911 record for this case with redactions based on the above stated GRAMA exemption from disclosure and notified you the city does not have a record of a transcript of such recording. Here is the judgment. After a review of your GRAMA request and appealed filed on April 10th to my office, I am affirming the city's redaction of private information, such as personally identifying information and information obtained through criminal justice information systems, and affirming the denial for request of a transcript as the city is not required to generate a record under GRAMA. I am overturning the city's redaction of any information that is not personally identifying and information obtained through criminal justice information systems, and directing the City Records Division to provide the records with the amended redactions within 10 business days of the date of this decision. A round of applause for us, besties. She overturned the other redactions. Okay, so in summary, she supported that the city redacted her personally identifying information, but she overturned the additional redactions of the context of their report. So anything that wasn't just her name that was redacted, she overturned it. So we will be receiving unredacted reports. So more reports. They're going to give us the same report, but now in the next 10 days, the records officer has to go back and remove those redactions and send it back to me. What are the redactions that I was specifically objecting? Were the redactions that talked about what happened. The 2 minutes that were redacted in the 911 call. That gave context. So I'm okay with them blocking out her name. I'm okay with them, whatever identified her. But I objected because it was not correct the way that the records officer applied that. And I believe it was done with Candace's objection in mind. Yeah. Congratulations to our legal team. That's a huge win. That went all the way to the mayor of South Salt Lake. That went all the way to the mayor. And we're going to be getting a new report within the next 10 days. And 911 calls. So all the reports that we received with those heavy ass redactions, we're going to receive them again. And this is the information that I'm looking for. I'm looking to be able to assert my suspicions that she weaponized his status. I want to hear the part of the call where she says, his real name is this, blah, 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 blah. And he's undocumented and he was already deported and blah, 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 blah. I want all the context of what happened. And the only thing under GRAMA that should have been redacted was her name. And the law agreed with me. The mayor agreed with me. I was prepared to take that all the way to court because if the mayor had declined, the next step is a court hearing where we go and we argue. I believe that the public is entitled to full transparency in those records. And what damned her is her own admission. So I included, let me show you the exhibits that I included. I'm going to show you the receipts that the mayor reviewed. So I created a transcript of her video posted on March 22nd, 2023, where she talks about the domestic violence and she makes false statements. We compared that to the police report, okay? I included a screenshot of her YouTube channel. I included a link directly to the video that I created a transcript for. I included a screenshot where she puts the court records on the screen herself and identifies herself and links herself to this case that she had just told the police department that for her safety and her well-being that she shouldn't be identified, but she identified herself publicly. Okay, I included screenshots of her TikTok to show that she has built a platform off of their story. I included her news articles to show that she's a public figure that has placed their story in the public eye. More news articles, including him, including all the links to the articles. Multiple articles that she took part in where she openly spoke about their story and misrepresented that story. Thank you, Ellie. So if
and Ellie Puma sent $1.99 cheese Maybox.
Thank you, bestie. Appreciate you. So when the mayor reviewed my appeal, she had to weigh it out, right? And mind you, I firmly believe that her objection placed and had an influence on the records officer that released the records to me. Okay, I believe that the records officer had no context of anything else besides the victim is reaching out to me and doesn't want to be identified. So I believe based on that, they redacted more than they usually do. And that's wrong. That's not what GRAMA is for. And especially when you waive your right to privacy, when you put the same You identified yourself as the victim publicly, openly. You posted screenshots of that case that you're now telling the police department for the safety of your family, you don't want to be identified. For the safety of your lives, you don't want to be identified, is what it should say. Right? So, yeah. Round of applause to us. Did I do a good job, chat? Would you hire me? Am I still crazy? Am I still just doing this am I still just obsessed? No, this has been a learning process. I've learned so much. This was a huge win for me. This was a huge win. And in this entire research that we've done, she was working against me quietly behind the scenes, trying to save her ass and all her lies. And she lied some more to the police department. She emailed the police department and said, I'm afraid for my safety to be identified in this case. Although she has already identified herself publicly in that case. She pulled the I'm afraid for my safety card. And the police department had no contacts, right? They didn't know she's married him. They didn't know she built a story on this. They didn't know she's a fucking public figure. They didn't know she made direct statements about the police department. Let me read the transcript. Let me read the transcript that I sent in. And this is a transcript of her public statement on this case. I think this is very damning. And this is part of why I argued that we needed to know how the police department responded to this case. Let me read to you what she said in her video. In 2012, the very end of 2012.
At M.
Thank you,
Melissa
Leslie.
S.H.M. sent $10 cheese Maybucks. S.L.C. got played that the mayor said, wait, hold my beer. Embarrassed smiley face emoji.
So this is her transcript. Thank you so much, Bestie. In 2011, the very end of 2011, days prior to Diego turning 2, we had an incident of domestic violence. Let me scroll down to that so I can tell you what those charges were. While we won't get into all the details of the domestic violence, I will tell you that Fidel and I both had equal parts in that incident. Well, we were in Utah, so I'll leave that at that. Fidel was ultimately charged with one count of Class B misdemeanor, and he was also charged with domestic violence in the presence of a child. I declined to press charges against Fidel. However, the state of Utah still reserves the right to, and they pursue those charges without a cooperating witness, which was me. I will tell you that Diego was not in the room with us. In Utah, if a child is present in the residence, not present in front of the fight or whatever is happening, they will make it domestic violence in the presence of the child. So they can be 3 stories down in the same residence, and it's still in the presence of a child. When we went through all of this, Fidel had an outstanding warrant for not following up with probation for the 2008 case. So when all of this happened, they of course found that warrant. Fidel went to court on domestic violence. Him and I had a discussion. He had a public attorney. And between all of this, we had been consulting with attorneys to figure out if there was a way that we could ultimately fix Fidel's status in the United States. And of course, it was difficult. We were getting different answers. We unfortunately got taken advantage of a couple times. It was a mess. It was a mess. And it was super discouraging. And honestly, we stopped trying after a little bit. But going back to the domestic violence. So Fidel went to court. And when he went to court, Fidel and I had to make a decision. The attorney told us you can stay and fight, but ultimately you're still going to be deported at the end of it. So Fidel pled guilty because he didn't want to try and fight it. He just wanted to be deported. So he didn't fight it. He was found guilty of it, or he pled guilty. And then they moved him to the other county where the DUI was. Okay. That is a transcript that I sent to the mayor. Yeah. Because in her objection, now again, let me take you back to her objection so you can understand why this hits different. Now take that information and plug it into this email that she sent the police department. Okay. To whom it may concern, I have been informed that a GRAMMA request has been submitted for records redaction. I am formally requesting that any release of records be denied or significantly restricted due to safety concerns. Disclosure of any identifying or contextual information, redaction, I specifically request that this case be classified as protected under GRAMA and that no information be released that could directly or indirectly identify me. Please treat this as an urgent matter and confirm that my objection has been received and considered prior to any release. Yeah. Yeah, so I sent all that shit. I sent all that shit to the police department because when they processed the first GRAMA request, they took her into consideration. They did. Not knowing she's a public figure, not knowing she has already identified herself, not knowing she married the defendant, not knowing she has monetized off of this, and not knowing that she has made direct statements about the handling of this case by the police department. She blamed the police department multiple times. Did she not? She made it seem like they just exaggerated because it's Utah. I was cooperating, and they charged them anyway. The child wasn't there. She identified her child publicly. She identified her child publicly in this TV, but then tells the police department, for my safety, but we can't be identified. I don't know, but the mayor thought that shit don't make no fucking sense, Candace. Yeah, the mayor said that shit don't make no fucking sense. So, her redactions have been overturned. They're still going to redact her name because that is what's customary. Despite the fact she's identified herself, they're still going to redact any identifying information, but she overturned the additional redactions. So that 911 call will be probably contain a lot more information. Yeah, so it's not a good day for Candelaria. Yeah, it made it seem like it was all the police department's fault. Like they just exaggerated. You know, the baby was 3 stories away, not in front of the altercation. So, yeah, I mean, do we consider? No, the mayor's not a bestie, y'all. The mayor has to correctly interpret the law, right? So the records officer, in my opinion, did not adequately interpret the balancing test when it comes down to what information should be private under GRAMA, GRAMA, so I was right. When the records came back and I said, this is a lot of half the call is missing. The only thing you should have redacted is her name. These are public records. This is a case that has already been tried. It's been closed. It's been adjudicated. There's no reason why the public shouldn't have access to the entire record except for her name. That's what's customary. Yes, protect her identity. I didn't ask for anything about Candace. My GRAMA request was for Fidel, was for what he did, was for that case that he pled guilty to. Okay, so when I got the records back, I just felt like the officer was influenced by Candace's objection. And based on that, he made unnecessary redactions to protect her privacy. Right? There were redactions made in the police report that had nothing to do with her identity. They redacted what she did when she ran into the apartment after she claims he hit her. They redacted, why they were fighting. They redacted what she reported to the 911 dispatcher when reporting what he was doing, right? They redacted a lot of context for her safety or some shit. So, in the next 10 days, and hopefully it doesn't take that. Uh-oh. Did we lose again? I don't see myself on YouTube. Am I live still? Oh, man, I might as well stay. Did I get clocked again? Trágame tierra. Look, the truth will always come to light, you guys. Always. Always, always, always. I do feel a moment of proudness. Like, we did that shit. Like, I'm a smart cookie. This is me versus white privilege. Okay, so yeah, I feel proud of the outcome of this appeal. This is me with a very limited education. No education in the legal system in the United States. A little bit of research, a little bit of ChatGPT, and a lot of exhibits. A lot of one thing I do think helped me is the way that I was able to organize all those exhibits. Candace shit aside, like I feel like this was a huge this was a it's going into my credentials, bitch. It's going into my credentials. I'm gonna add this into my consultations. If you need help with the GRAMMA Appeal, I got you. Look, I already know what's in those records. I'm gonna tell you this right now. I already know what's in those records. I want them more for you guys, so that when people try to argue for Candace, I have receipts, okay? I already know what's in those records. Mark my words. Between now and when we get them, she weaponized his status. I know enough about Candace and the research that I've been doing, including the Ortiz case. And mind you, we're going to get the Ortiz files soon. I believe she said May 4th was the 10th day. The Ortiz files will come back in a week. So I never see her doing what you do. We know all she does is lie. She could never do what I do because all she does is lie. Audio's fine. Yeah, if you can't hear an audio on YouTube, step out and come back in. I'm not muted. Just I don't know why it does that. I don't know why it does that. I think it has something to do with my streamer app, but so yeah. Right before Cinco de Mayo celebration. So anyway, this is what I predict is in those records. The 911 call, and I am considering publicizing it when it comes back to me in its entirety. I am. Now that I've pieced together, and we're gonna go into the whiteboard next, okay? But I predict that 911 call includes specific statements that she weaponized his status. I predict that the minute she starts talking about he's undocumented and this, and that's not even his real name. And I wonder why they were fighting. I do wonder why they were fighting. Yeah. They also redacted where she went to school. Allegedly, she was enrolled in school.
9 sent $5 cheese Maybachs. That's why her head is so big it's full of lies. Tired face emoji.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, bestie. When she said fear for her safety, do you think she was referring to Fidel, specifically concerning the potential reaction of his knowledge on her? Well, then she should fly back to Utah if she's scared. If she's scared of Fidel, she should jump on a plane back to Salt Lake City, Utah. And skip all the bullshit of having to reach out to the police. If Fidel is the fear for her safety, I'll remind you, she could go the fuck home any day. She could grab her kids and fly back to Salt Lake City, Utah, where we know the system has done a great job of protecting her from her abuser. Yeah. We know she goes back and forth freely. It wouldn't be hard for her to get out. She don't even have to. She just got to book a flight back. When she said fear for my safety, she means fear for the safety of her lies.
At Brandeville sent $1.99 cheese Maybachs. Cigarette sales booming in Puebla today, ha ha ha.
I know, that's right. Yeah. So, and I've said this before. She always uses the fear for my safety like a typical white woman anytime she wants to full stop something from coming out. It's what she did during the hate campaign. I'm afraid for my safety for these dangerous individuals, okay? It's what she did with the news reporter. I'm afraid for my safety. She's crazy. It's what she just told the police department. I'm afraid for my safety. She always pulls the I'm afraid for my safety when she has nothing else left. And people don't question that. Whenever she says I'm afraid for the safety of my family, people don't question it because, oh my gosh, yeah, she was just trying to protect her family, right? What she means is for the fear of the safety of her lives. That's what she means. It's not, if it was about the safety of her family, she wouldn't be here. She's bold to come on here and lie the way that she's done. If she was actually scared, she would be too scared to lie about this.
At Sonia Rubio,
thank you, Sonia.
Sent $5 cheese Maybachs. Keep doing what you do. Bravo for your investigative skills.
Thank you,
Red heart
Sonia.
emoji.
Chain smoking. Oh yeah, or when she told Fidel, for the safety of my family, please don't tell her where I live. right? If it was about the fear of safety for her family, she wouldn't be on here lying like this boldly. Lying don't scare you? The repercussions of lying don't scare you? That's what she should be concerned about. If she's not, she's actually very brave. She's a brave liar. You don't meet people like that every day that are brave enough to double down with more lies. Lying is a risk, right? Lying is a gamble, and it's paid off for years for her. But the table always turns, the truth always comes out, and it's time to pay the piper. Now she's scared, but she wasn't scared when she was lying. She wasn't scared when she was on the microphone in front of CNN lying. She wasn't scared when she was in front of Univision lying. She wasn't scared when she gets on the platform of 2 million people and lies. That don't scare you? It don't scare you to lie to the right one? That's that white privilege. Yeah, that's that white privilege that makes her so bold. And she's starting to see that that white privilege is starting to decline. It's that white privilege versus me right now. It's me versus her white privilege. It's her white privilege versus my education. Good luck. And it's not even a formal education, mind you. I don't have any, well, I'm a college dropout in the United States, okay? I don't have any formal knowledge of the formal education in the US system. So she's toe to toe with the felon right now. A felon with ideas and experiences and research skills. That's it. That's who her white privilege is up against, and she's losing so far. Versus a descendant of Moctezuma. Did you see that? Somebody was like, talk about how, and we're gonna get into the ties. We're gonna get into the family tree right now. My brother said he was able to trace us back to Moctezuma. Okay. Now I haven't confirmed that myself, but my brother's a very godly man, and one thing I know, he would never lie to me. Okay, so no, bitch, we are not the same. I'm not tied to no Mormon militia. I'm not tied to no Mormon settlers. Okay, I'm tied to a Moctezuma. Thank you very much. Put some respect on my name. I'm a college dropout too. I'm a college dropout in the States, but I'm not a college dropout over here. Okay. No, yeah, it's honestly a cool moment just to see the results of my tenacity. And me constantly pushing back. A lot of people would have just settled for the police report as is. I was like, no, this isn't right. I've seen these before. I've pulled these before in different circumstances. I pulled my own reports. There's too much shit missing here. Somebody cooked here. You know? Somebody cooked here. And, you know, so far all she's done is prolong this series by her objections. By the way she tries to keep us from uncovering certain things, and that just makes her look even worse. This objection went so awfully wrong for her. Can we talk about that? Oh my god, I just know she hates that. Objection was never supposed to make it into my hands. That objection was never supposed to trigger an appeal for me. That objection was never supposed to get the mayor to agree with me. Oh, she hates life, or she hates me even more right now. Candace, that MBA is not getting you very far. Girl, where's that MBA? Where is that MBA? Because you're getting mopped with a fucking felon right now. You're getting mopped by a felon that dropped out from community college. Can somebody pull the... Where is that MBA? For as educated as this woman claims to be, and all you people that tell me she's just... Where the fuck is the MBA? Because when we're going toe-to-toe, she's getting mobbed by a felon that dropped out of community college. Not the entire mayor of Salt Lake City, South Salt Lake. I do think it's funny you got that part. Girl, when I was researching the appeal, it's part of the appeal process to possibly end up in court. I was prepared to go to court and argue to the mayor why these records should be released. And that is really fucking bold of me. Because I hadn't gotten that far yet. I was like, all right, how am I going to do this? How am I going to... all right. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Okay? But there was a possibility that this appeal would end up in court. And I was prepared to argue it. It's a very simple... I feel like my appeal was very simple. Very straight to the point. You know? GRAMMA is very clear. GRAMMA does not allow for redactions based on the fear of... for the private safety bullshit. GRAMA does not allow those redactions on what she asked the redactions to be on. GRAMA is very black and white, and they have to balance it out. There's nothing under GRAMA law that says that cases can be redacted because the victim is afraid for their safety, especially context. The best they can do, the most they can do, is take out her name. That's it. She succeeded momentarily. And when the records officer was going through the GRAMA request and deciding what to redact, they gave her a little more than she was supposed to get. I believe because they didn't have no context. They didn't know that she's a public figure. They didn't know any of those things. And I do think something that I sent made sense. That the mayor overturned that shit. Ooh, that's a good day for Addie in court, bitch. Right, afraid for her safety but lives with her aggressor. Clock that. Afraid for her safety but she married him. And I sent them a copy of their marriage certificate. So all the research that we have done, I included a lot of that shit in my appeal. The fact that all those news articles she's done, I think that was damning too. And I included screenshot link, all those interviews she's done, bit her in the ass. You can't have your cake and eat it too if you're going to get up here and tell your story and make it public and monetize off of it and name drop the police department like it was their fault. Well, we have a right to hear both sides of the story. Oh no, she got the right one. She got the right one because you know what? There's a reason Candace has been moving this way for years. There's a reason why she's been comfortable enough to lie for this long. So she got the right one. And I'm glad that I'm making her uncomfortable. People should not be comfortable with lying the way that she's lied and exploiting people on the internet the way that she's done. I know she's uncomfortable. I know she's losing sleep. I know she's stressed out. I know she's smoking through 4 packs a day. I know she's here watching. I know she's waiting anxiously with you guys to see what I'm covering next. I know she's watching these lives of me reading the reports. I know she tuned in this morning because she was waiting to see if that appeal will be approved or not. Oh, I know. I'm glad. I'm glad it's making her uncomfortable. She's been too comfortable and she's taken up way too much space over here. Way too much space over here. So she got the right one. Are court records public in Mexico? Some of them. I don't think they're as public as the United States. No, leave the mayor alone. There's a reason I didn't show you the whole thing or her contact info. Just leave. Don't mess with the records request, right? Part of the reason why I didn't tell people where to go, because I don't want you guys to flood them with your own request, right? In the beginning, I told you guys we may not get it. Let's wait and see before we flood the police department with requests, because I knew people would do it, right? So I'm sharing as much as I can with you guys for research and educational purpose, but please defer from reaching out yourselves, okay? There's some of you that have tried researching for her MBA and are forwarding me emails. Hey, I sent them this and now they wrote me back. Can you help me respond? No. Okay, allow me to do the research independently behind the scenes. I would discourage all of you from conducting your own research respectfully because most of you don't have the intel that I have, and you could fuck up future research by trying to get it yourself first and tainting it. So I know some of you guys have tried to help like with internet stuff, and that's great, but I would, defer you guys from contacting any government agency, any school yourselves. There's ways to do this, and I haven't shared absolutely everything, right? Because look, when I shared about the GRAMMA request, Candace went running and sent in her objection, right? So I'm sharing as much as I can with you guys to teach you, to show you, but let me do the work. Let me do the work, besties. And there have been times where I need help, and I'll tell you guys, okay, if anybody can find this, but it's like stuff that you can find on the internet, right? Never reaching out to agencies yourself. And I've been very honest. I've been very honest in my requests. I'm an independent reporter. And I am. And we are. And this is and I've been honest about what we need it for. Te hicieron de chivo los tamales y tú ni en cuenta. Yeah. Are you ready to take English in law school? Some are. I'm not. And we are independent listeners. I know that's right. Oh, God, you guys. Yesterday, on Saturday, we went to the meeting. This shit is so ghetto. They had us sitting outside. And I got eaten up by mosquitoes. We will be good students. Okay, the next thing I want to do is take you back to the whiteboard. Okay, I want to go through the entire timeline because I'm going to delete her family tree today. And we are going to jump into the criminal cases. Okay, so are we ready for a review of the whiteboard? No, Intel just out. We're speaking out. Okay. Also, quick pause. I know you're in here. Which one of you besties is running the Candace AI page? Which one of you is running the Candace AI page that has been flooding my timeline? I know it's one of y'all. I know it's one of y'all in here. Some of y'all have seen the AI page. Look, I've reposted a couple of them. I think they're fucking hilarious, okay? I don't think they're any harm. I just think it's satire. But, and I know it's information you guys are taking from my series. So, stand up right now. Whichever one of you it is, stand up right now because skills. And can we make some requests? Can we make some special? Can you make one about the GRAMMA Appeal? I have actually enjoyed those. They're funny. No, it's not. Look, I'll be the first to tell you if it's me. Okay, one thing about me, I don't go around like hiding my hand and I don't know. No, I would take credit for it. Okay, I know it's one of mine. I will tell you that I know I'm responsible for it indirectly because it's somebody watching me and taking the information that I'm sharing and making funny clips of it. But it's not being ran by me. It's not being created by me. Have I engaged? Have I liked them? Yes. Have I reposted them? Yes. But I am not creating them. So I want to be very clear. If you ever see me doing something, I've been very transparent with you guys on what I'm doing, exactly how I'm doing it. I'm not the type of person that's going to do shit behind the scenes and then play stupid, okay? I don't own the account. I don't run it. But I can tell you that I believe it belongs to one of my followers. Yes. Grams reveal AI turns Candace to a granny. Please share GRAMMA AI. Yes. What's the account? It's called, all right, let me show you guys. I reposted some of them on this account. Oh, Stephanie bestie, cheers. She sent me $20 celebratory cafecito on me. Candelera share her pants today. Thank you, Stephanie. Steph, did you get your second package? I sent you the second set last week. I haven't checked it, but if you're in here, did you get it? Your YouTube prize. Okay, let me show you guys a page for those of you. If you're on my live page, I've reposted some of them. So if you go to my reposts, you guys want to watch some of them together? Okay. Hold on. I'm going to show you, okay? I'm going to put it on my screen. Let me do some screen mirroring. Okay, let me... It's been coming up on, yeah, it's been coming up on mine as well. All right, where is iPhone mirroring? Also, a huge shout out to my man that bought me this Mac for Christmas. It's literally upped the quality of my lives. It's just got so many features. Like, shout out to him. The double cam, the iPhone mirroring, all of that. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, right here. Oh, fuck. It won't let me do it because I have... All right, let me try again. because I have the double cam hooked up. It can only hook to one. Okay, no. All right, okay, hold on. Let me pull it up on the web browser then. Okay, the account name is called Giggity Miggity. Where is it? Ooga. All right, you guys ready? Here goes. Receipts. Okay, this is the account. And we're just gonna watch some of them together, okay?
Show me your papers, illegal.
These are so interactive.
¿Sabías que ella me echó la migra? Y eso es la razón que ahora vivimos aquí. Saludos a toda la raza. La Candice puede irse a Estados Unidos en regresar tantas veces que quiera, y yo no por tener antecedentes graves y una prohibición de por vida. Ella es la voz de mi deportación. Si les digo que no regresamos simplemente por no querer, eso bien le encuentre sentido una mentira. Que a alguien le encuentre sentido a todo esto. La Candice puede...
Hello from Mexico! My favorite foods here in our pueblo are green and red chilaquiles, but I do make a mean green bean casserole. ¿Y ustedes qué van a cenar esta noche?
Who did the
Hello from Mexico!
As you can see, I have a lot to wash, so let's do this. First, we have to get water out of the cisterna. So the new kitchen doesn't have...
You know who I love showcasing on my TikTok? Hello from Mexico! I just love barging in at the school cafeteria and touching the pots and dangling my oily hair over the food. The women might be bothered by it, but these people are humble and never say anything, so... Oh well! White privilege is gold here in our pueblo. Hello from Mexico! Now let me tell you something. I did not approve of this marriage at all. Now let me tell you something. I did not approve of this marriage at all. Fidel was an illegal alien from Mexico, and she was accidentally impregnated by him while she was still married to Brian. Why do you think she skedaddled to Mexico? This is the first time a non-white person has joined the family, yet I still ask, who is the pappy? Now let me my favorite food is carne asada and onions. It's a nice, spicy break from my Kraft Velveeta dinners. Thanks, Fidel. Yeehaw, who the Utah pioneers. If you don't know who the great-grandpappies are, you better ask somebody. Killed all the savage Indians. My favorite...
¿Sabías que unos 10 años, la Candice le dijo a un juez...
I chased Fidel and had him deported. And I am totally here for it. Deport all illegal...
¿Sabías que Candice ya estaba casada con un mormón cuando la conocí? No me hubiera metido con ella, mejor una de mi pueblo.
I'm skipping past the ones that have music.
I have an MBA from Ferguson University with a minor in Ortiz. Hello from Mexico. I have an MBA from Ferguson University with a minor in...
You guys are going to hell.
Hello from Mexico.
Whoever made this account, I had no idea. Like, I don't even know how to make those type of AI videos, but I must admit they're very creative and they're... I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Can we make some requests? Chat. I know she's in here somewhere. I know she's in here. My favorite one was the minor in Ortiz. Took me out. There is one on the PPP loan on there. Okay, camera 2. Okay, camera 2 still hooked up. Thank you. Okay. So, are we ready to start going through the whiteboard? I'm sorry, I have to admit, I found those videos very funny. I thought they were funny. Yeah. Yes, I got both packages. Thank you, Steph. There's an app you can probably make whatever type of videos you like. Well, yeah. The student gets an A. The students get an A and gets an MBA from his class. How's your college? It's going great. Look, for all of you that were like, doesn't she have anything better to do? How the fuck does she take up a school when she's doing this? I got straight 10s this quarter, okay? With 7-hour live streams, 8-hour live streams, I handle business, okay? So if you sometimes, I'm not saying you, but there's been people that are like, isn't she supposed to be in school? Yeah, I am. Took care of that shit, okay? Got straight 10s. What else? How does she have time? I made the time, okay? So don't worry. If you ever worry about me not taking care of business, I promise you I'm taking care of business. Okay, please read it. Please read the email. What email? Wait, what email? Did you send me an email? Miss Mama is a multitasker. Yes. All right. So for those of you in here, thank you so much for supporting my live stream. Don't forget to tap in through TTS if you want to support the live stream with sending a tip. I'm going to drop the tip line in the chat. You can send in a TTS message, a shout out, a request, and we are going to dive into the whiteboard next. Okay. So we spent all of Thursday, creating her family tree and tying her linkage back to, the Mormon militia. And then the other side of the board is like the timeline. So I'm going to go through the timeline of both sides, and we're going to erase the family tree today because I'm going to start narrating the criminal charges, especially now that we're going to be getting some new reports, right? We're still waiting on the police report from Ortiz, and we're about to get unredacted records for the Fidel case. Okay, so are you guys ready for class? Also, I did order a pointer. It hasn't arrived yet, unfortunately, but I do need a pointer. Let me see when it's arriving. Somebody sent me the link to a pointer. Also, I haven't purchased the new printer, but I'm going to. I haven't had time to go to Office Smart or whatever. The office store, Office Depot. I gotta go find the printer, and I have to go buy new material for my next quarter. So sometime this week, I will make my way over to buy a printer because this one is definitely retiring. I'm so sick of it. Okay, so we're gonna switch over to camera 2. Okay, TikTok, I'm gonna do my best to give you. Okay, you guys can't see it very well. You can go over to YouTube, but I'm gonna be going down the timeline before we delete it. Okay, so camera 2, besties, let me know if you have any issues seeing. Okay, so first we're gonna start out with her family tree, how we were able to tie her to colonizers from both sides, the mammy side and the pappy side. Okay, so Candace comes from descendants of Brigham Young and Joseph Smith, which, if you don't know who those are, they're like the founders of the LDS Church, okay? The top dogs, if you will. So starting over here, we were able to tie in all of these people from a public Facebook group that Candace's family has, where they glaze up their ancestors for colonizing and killing off the indigenous. It's called Zelda Gardner and Dryden Seeley on Facebook. I don't know if it's public still, but it was up until Thursday. So Brigham Young and Joseph Smith went to Utah in 1830. This is when they founded the LDS Church. Okay, Brigham Young. Hold on, right here. Where is it? Hold on. Named after. Okay. The family tree starts over here with Don Carlos Seeley. Okay. He was named after Joseph Smith's brother. We found him on the Facebook group. He was born on January 4th, 1846. From Don Carlos Seeley was born Justin Wellington Seeley, and he married Clarissa Jane Wilcox. Okay? You with me? Now, Joseph Smith is the founder of the LDS Church. Don Carlos Seeley was employed by Brigham Young and Joseph Smith during the early days of the Mormon Church in 1830. And that is how we were able to tie them all the way back to the founders of the LDS Church. Okay, so This is where the Seeley name starts from. Don Carlos Seeley, who was named after Joseph Smith's brother. His brother, okay? They had to be tight as fuck for him to be named after his brother. And he was employed on several missions by both Brigham Young and Joseph Smith, who are LDS leaders and one of the original Mormon settlers in Utah. So the Facebook group starts with Don Carlos Seeley.
At Leslie S. Waste 35.77 cent $1.99 cheese Maybox. Where's your suit, Professor?
Oh, sorry, it's Monday, guys. It's PE day. It's PE day, which is why I got the tracksuit on, okay? Anyway, so we go over here. Joseph Smith, we're just really confident ties to J. Smith. But before we start with the Smith family, we're going to start with the maternal side. Candace's grandma, okay? The registered Republican. Okay, so coming over here, Levi Earl Seeley is a descendant of Don Carlos Seeley, who is named after Joseph Smith's brother, right? He marries Wilmetta Steele Moore in 1987. Wilmetta Steele Moore is the daughter of Private Calvin White Moore. He was part of the Mormon Battalion and he fought in the Indian War. He fought in the Mexican U.S. invasion. He was part of the Utah militia and part of the Mormon militia. He is Candace's great-great-great-grandfather on her mother's side. Okay? You with me? So over here starts the family tree on the mother's side, starts with Cornelius Peter Loft, which is Candace's great-great-great-great-grandfather 4 times, right? He came before Calvin White Moore. He has a son, John William Loft, which is Candace's great-great-great-great-grandpa. He has a son, Adalbert Joseph Loft, who marries Lavina Gardner. This is Candace's maternal great-grandma, okay? She has a daughter named Zelda Gardner Lott, and this is who the Facebook group is about. Zelda Gardner Loft, born on December 6, 1911, Candace's great-grandma, marries Dranon Seeley, who was born in 1910. Dranon is the one that ties into Joseph Smith, and Zelda is the one that ties into the Mormon Battalion Private Calvin White Moore. So both sides of her family have strong ties to the origins of the Mormon Church in Utah. Both sides of her family were part of the original Mormon settlers and part of soldiers that fought in wars like the Indian War, the Mexican U.S. invasion, the Utah militia, the Mormon militia, all sorts of shit, okay? He participated in the Echo War, like a lot of colonizing activities happening on both sides of the family tree, okay? Zelda gives birth to a daughter, Dixie Seeley, who is Candace's grandma. She marries Tommy Bass in 1933. This is a picture of both of them. And they give birth to Candace's mom, Janet Lee Bass. Okay, Janet Lee Bass marries Darrell Smith, who is tied to J. Smith, Marcena Smith, and we're so confident they're tied to Joseph Smith himself. Okay, one thing about Utah Smiths, they all go back to the fucking original Smith. Okay, so her dad is Darrell Smith, mom is Janet Lee Bass, gives birth to Candace. Candace Marie Smith, here's a picture of their wedding of the parents that were married in 1987. Candace is born 2 years later, 1989. She marries Mr. Brian Allen Ferguson. She's married from 2007 until 2012. They pop out one baby named Diego J. Smith. She divorces him in 2012, marries Fidel in 2016, pops out a couple more, Damon Garcia Smith, Dominic Garcia Smith, okay? Then, in the middle of this, I forgot to tell you guys that Zelda and Drennan started a family farm that's called Seeley Family Farm. And this began in 1987 approximately. Here's some pictures from the Facebook group where they owned a lot of farmland. And Candace grew up on this farm. And this is the farm that Candace is now recreating on YouTube or in fucking Mexico, whatever. All right, so yeah, that's pretty much it, class. This is her family tree that we will be erasing today. I included some pictures of her great-great-grandpappy fighting in the Indian War. Some pictures of her great-great-grandpappy. Pictures. This is Don Carlos Seeley. He was friends with Brigham Young and the brother Joseph Smith. born in 1846. He's right here. Okay, Candace's mom. A lot of visual learning, you know. So let me check in with my chat really quick. Hi guys. Hi, I hope you enjoy my presentation. So Diego isn't Fidel's son. Well, according to the family tree, Diego was born during Candace's marriage to Brian Allen Ferguson. Legally, that is Brian's child. I will also point out that Candace is the first member of the family to marry or to introduce a Mexican bloodline. Okay, prior to Candace, the entire family tree is white as hell. White as hell. Okay? And prior to Candace, she's the only one that's been married like twice with multiple baby daddies. Okay? So Candace fucks up the family tradition to marry white. Okay? Which is good. Proud of her for breaking the cycle. She introduced some diversity to her family tree. But now I want you to piece two and two together of why Candace's mom is a registered Republican. Because their lineage ties back to the Mormon militia, the Utah militia, the original Mormon settlers, and the leaders of the LDS church. Right? Okay, class. So, legally, the first child goes under Candace's and Brian's family tree, not Fidel's. Doesn't Fidel or Diego was born a Smith. It is possible that his name has been updated since. Also, I missed some key parts. I should have made some notes. But when the second child was born in Mexico, on his birth certificate, there is a note from the civil registry that Candace had unlawful status in Mexico at the time. Yeah, there's so many like little details that sometimes I need to make cliff notes of this. So that is the family tree. And now we're gonna delete it. Now we're gonna wipe. I don't know, guys. It just hurts me to delete it because it took us so long to piece this shit together. Okay, any questions on the family tree before I erase? Teacher may go to the restroom. Candace is Mormon royalty. Actually, yes. She's from the creme de la crop of the Mormons. I got lost on the A pie. Yes, she had unlawful status when she had the second baby in 2019. Hear me out. It's funny, but at the same time, business. I think she would be a great candidate for Hugh, The Secret Lives of Mormon. Actually, yes. Absolutely. I did take a picture of it. So now we're going to tie into, now that I've given you the history of the family tree, now I'm going to tie in the timeline. Okay. Do we know Sister Chelsea? I watched a video yesterday where she mentions Damon's middle name comes from Sister Chelsea. She said it came from the dad. Oh, what is Chelsea? Well, let's look. Okay. So class, welcome to part 2 of the Candace files. Now that we've gone through her family tree and her ancestors, now we're going to introduce you into Candace's timeline. Hold on, sorry, I gotta. And this will also reveal the sister's name for those of you asking for it. Okay. Part 2 of the Candace files. Okay, over here we have Candace's timeline. Can you guys see okay? Okay, Candace's her sister's middle name is, let's find Chelsea's middle name. Chelsea is Smith.
At Cynthia Armenta 3291 sent $4.99 cheese May box.
Thank you,
Supporting
bestie.
because the cheese May is way too good, bestie.
Okay, somebody asked, what is Chelsea's middle name? All right, we're on a search for Chelsea's middle name. I don't think I have it, but we will find it today. Don't worry. Okay, so starting with the hold on, I borrowed a picture. I borrowed the marriage picture over here. Okay. Now I'm going to give you the timeline on her family life, okay? And it ties into, oh shit, hold on, TikTok wants me to do the puzzle really quick. Hold on. Okay. Can you guys see okay? Chelsea Rawberg is her legal name. We need her middle name. You guys work on that while I go through this, okay? Alright, now that we've gone through her ancestors and through her lineage and the Mormon militia and all that crazy shit, I'm gonna re-narrate her family life and the timeline of her family life that ties into her history with Fidel and the 2 deportations, okay? So her parents were married in 1987. We found an announcement of their wedding in the local newspaper in Castledale. They were married November 1st, 1987. Candace was born 2 years later, and in Candace's newspaper birth announcement, they listed that she was welcomed by 2 siblings, one of them being 7-year-old Michelle Lee and 2-year-old Jesse J. These 2 children are from a previous marriage of Mr. Smith. Okay? I also included a news clipping of her mother's participation in LDS seminary so that you guys can see that the LDS lineage held strong. Okay, her parents were LDS, and seeing how far back her LDS roots go, it's a confident assumption I'm making that she was baptized LDS religiously like the rest of her family when she was around 8 years old. Okay? Now her mother files for divorce from her father in November of 2002. The divorce is finalized in 2003 when Candace is 14 years old. Their marriage produced Candace, a sister named Nicole, and a sister named Chelsea. Okay, I included pictures of them from the school yearbook along with Student of the Week of Candace when she was 13. Her family posted everything or a lot of their family events in the local newspaper. Okay, so the parents' divorce is finalized in 2003. I suspect it's because dad cheated, because when the divorce was finalized at the age of when Candace was 14, dad already had a new wife. She was mentioned in the Student of the Week newspaper post highlighting Candace, and they mentioned that she was the daughter of Gerald and Callie Smith and Janet Smith. Callie Smith is a new wife. So dad moved on quickly. I suspect mom divorced him because he was a cheetah. Okay, so Candace is now 14 years old. Parents are divorced. She has a stepmama. And in January of 2005, a man by the name of Brian Allen Ferguson, who was born in 1975, about 30 years old at the time, he was getting divorced from his first wife, Elizabeth Newton. He divorced her in January of 2005. Now, why is that divorce? Why does that matter? Because right after he gets divorced, Candace's dad files for an emergency custody order for Candace and her 2 sisters from the mom. Now, what was going on at the time that dad filed for an emergency custody order? Candace was 17 years old at the time. He filed for emergency custody of the 3 girls because there was something going on with this 30-year-old man that the dad was able to obtain the court to order that Mrs. Smith not allow Candace to have any contact with Mr. Ferguson. And there was a mention of a DCFS case. Mr. Ferguson is a 30-year-old man that just divorced his first wife. Candace is 17. So it would appear that dad was actively trying to protect his daughter from being groomed by a 30-year-old man that had just been divorced and was actively dating his daughter while she was underage. Okay, that order was issued when Candace was 17. Candace graduates from high school, Emory High School in Castledale. She's class of 2007. The Peasants graduated May 24, 2007. In her high school, she had a best friend named Jolie Ferguson. She attended the same school that Candace and her sisters did. Jolie Ferguson is the sister to the 30-year-old man that her daddy was trying to keep her away from. So we concluded that Candace started fucking around with her best friend's married brother, which triggered a divorce for him, and it triggered her dad to try to intervene legally. Mom seemed to be in support of this relationship because she was actively pushing back in court for dad to obtain this order. Okay, so Candace graduates high school May 24th of 2007. Almost a month, exactly a month later, on June 29, 2007, she marries the 30-year-old man, Brian Allen Ferguson, that her dad was trying to save her from. Okay, she marries him in June of 07, separates from him just 3 months later in October of 2007. She doesn't divorce him until 2012. But wait, there's more. A lot happened between the time that she married him and divorced him. So before she married him, she was riding in cars with boys with Carlos Ortiz Torres. Meet Carlos. He lives in Salt Lake City, Utah. It's worth mentioning that Candace and Brian were married in Salt Lake City, Utah. So it's a fair assumption that once she graduated high school, she ran the fuck away from Castledale, went to Salt Lake City where she married Brian, and she met Carlos. Before she marries Brian, she's riding in cars with boys with Carlos in March of 2007. He gets a traffic citation in 2007. Then she marries Ferguson in June. Crazy, right? Well, then she separates from him in 2007, and she moves into the apartment complex where Carlos Ortiz lives. In June of 2007, no, in February of 2008, she moved into his apartment complex. Before 2008, she's living in Park Place Apartments where Carlos Ortiz lives. I believe he's like 19 years old. He lives at Park Place Apartments in Building A. In February of 2008, she files for a protective order against him, listing him as her ex-boyfriend and that they had lived together in Building K in the same complex where he's living in, and she claims he now lives with his friends in Building A. She requests a protective order on the basis that he had been physically violent, that he had broken down her door, and that he had broken her phone. The police were called and he was arrested on January 4, 2008. And on that basis, Candace requested a protective order from the Salt Lake County courts. They issued it to her. But we requested his police records, and when he was arrested on January 4, 2008, he was not arrested for domestic violence like Candace claimed in the protective order request. He was actually arrested in her house for forgery, for being in possession of a fake social security card. He is arrested and released on bond a few days later. He goes to her house and she reports in her request for protective order that he had been blowing her up from jail. And when he bonded out, he went to her house, caught her outside the apartment, and said that she owed him money, that he was going to get his friends on her. Candace waits an entire month after that encounter until she files for the request a month later. Okay? He goes AWOL from the court on his forgery charge. He doesn't report to court until November 2010 when he's picked up on a DUI. They send him back to Salt Lake County on the forgery charge, where he was arrested at Candace's house in possession of a fake social security card that she reported was for DV, which is a lie. And he is offered a plea deal to plead guilty and self-deport. This is where we learn that he is undocumented. And that's exactly what happened. He pled guilty to the forgery of being in possession of a fake social security card and was deported from the United States back to Mexico on November 30, 2010. Okay? Right before he got deported, and mind you, she's still living at this apartment complex. He's still living at this apartment complex. She meets Fidel in 2008 and gets pregnant in March 2009 while still living at the same complex where her ex-boyfriend's living. And it's worth mentioning that she did not follow through with the protective order. It was dismissed and they both continue to live in the same apartment complex. She meets Fidel living in his apartment complex, and she gets pregnant in March of 2009 before he gets deported. So this is the first man that is deported at the root of an incident where Candace reports to authorities. Okay, he was deported due to his arrest in her house. I think that's very important to emphasize because you're going to see a repeated pattern with Fidel. Okay, so Carlos is deported on November 3rd, 2010, and her problems are solved because he's no longer in the country. Now she's free to be with Fidel Garcia Sanchez without his interference. Candace is pulled over in September of 2009 at Park Place Apartments for a traffic citation, which tells us that she was living there in 2009, just a couple months before she gave birth to the baby. Okay, in 2010, in 2009, she's clocked living, September 2009, she's in Park Place Apartments. While she's pregnant, again, before he's deported, she's still living at his apartment complex. And she is about 6 months pregnant when she's pulled over there. Okay, then in November 2009, right before she has a baby, she's pulled over in Elmo, Utah, and she has a new address in Elmo, Utah, which tells me that she moved back to her family's house right before the baby was born, not with Fidel, okay? Then, in November of 2010, she gets sued by the bank for an overdrafted account, and her address is clocked at the apartment complex of 3407 South 200 East, where Fidel's brother is living in Unit 10. She has been living in Unit 10 since 2008. Carlos Garcia Sanchez is Fidel's brother. He's been living at the apartment complex where Candace now lives since 2008. She moves into this complex, into the same unit the brother has been living in since 2008, and in November of August 2010. Okay, she has a baby. In her response to that case, she responds to the bank that she's a single mother on welfare, meaning she's not with Fidel. Okay, then in November of 2011, the domestic violence incident happens at the same address where her brother lived, or lives with her, Unit 10. She reports Fidel to the authorities for domestic violence. He is arrested and deported on March 7, 2012 at the root of this case. Okay, Candace moves out of that complex and moves into a different complex where she lives for 4 years, from April 2012 to May 2016. Fidel re-enters the U.S., moves with her to this apartment complex, and he's eventually deported again in 2017. Now, class, with all of that in mind, we have two cases that are eerily similar, where these two undocumented men were dating Candace. She made a call to authorities, reported domestic violence for both of them. They're both apprehended and deported at the root of that arrest. In the middle of all of that, a baby is born. Hashtag question of the question of the day, the pop quiz question will be, who's the pappy of the baby? Okay, so now that we are leaning into the criminal cases, we have requested the police report for his arrest. Why? Because Candace reported in her request for a protective order in 2008 that this arrest was due to domestic violence at her home in January 4, 2008. But the police report lists, or the charging documents list, that he was arrested for forgery, being in possession of a fake social security card, which really confused us because she claims it was for DV. So there's something going on there that we're going to verify. You know that we requested the police report for the domestic violence incident in 2011, and we have received information that confirms that she likely weaponized his status as well. We just received an appeal, the appeals response for the full 911 call, which contained a lot of redactions for her privacy, that we will be jumping into once we receive his police report along with his unredacted police report, that will give us the full context of the way that Candace was able to weaponize their statuses, have them arrested in her apartment, and eventually have them both deported. She got back with one of them and now represents the face of deportation in their home country. Damn, that was good. Who is the father? Cam 2. Hi, I'm back. Pop quiz. We did a great job, class. We did a great job. So now I'll erase the back, the family tree. We're done with the family tree. And the back will start going into the criminal cases more in detail once we receive both reports. In summary, I believe, and this is my personal opinion, I'm still waiting on some information to confirm this. I believe she weaponized both of their statuses. I believe she had both of them purposely deported. And then got back with one of them and has utilized his status to her advantage to now become part of the undocumented community, to become the face of deportation, to present herself as an ally. But when she lived in the United States, she was the type of person that was weaponizing status for both of her boyfriends that eventually led into both of their deportations. And that is not a coincidence. Both of their cases are eerily similar. Both men were arrested in her house because she reported domestic violence. The first one was a lie because they arrested him for forgery, not domestic violence. And I suspect that the second one was also a lie. I believe she called to report domestic violence that hadn't occurred so that they would be arrested. She knew that they were both undocumented. She knew what would happen if authorities were involved. And that's exactly what happened. She got them both deported. Now she presents herself as an ally because from Fidel's status or lack thereof, she can monetize. And she has been monetizing for years, representing his deportation story when she's the fucking reason he got deported. Yeah. She left out a very important fact in Fidel's case, that she's the reason behind his deportation. She's the reason they live in Mexico. She's the reason he got arrested. She's the reason he was prosecuted. She was a cooperating witness. She reported him to authorities the same way she reported her first boyfriend that was also deported in 2010. Tell me that's a coincidence. It's not. So her hashtag life after deportation, she was the root of the deportation. She left out important context to be able to become the face of the struggle of deportation when she set it in motion for her family. And now she's making money off of his deportation that she set into motion. She lied. Straight up. I hate that she said she was not a cooperating witness when everything we reviewed shows you that she was a cooperating witness. Not only during the 911 call, she sent in documentation. She sent in witness impact statements ahead of a sentencing. She was cooperating with authorities in his domestic violence case until his deportation. So she lied. And she lied when she said the baby wasn't present. She lied when she said she wasn't cooperating. And so today we received, as a recap for those of you that weren't here for the first part of the live, we received a follow-up from the mayor. The mayor of S.Salt Lake City has agreed to overturn the redactions and the police report so that we can get the full context of what happened. It's Amy and Ray. All right, let me look it up real quick. Fidel is literally sleeping with the enemy. And you know what's crazy is that at first when I started digging into the story, I thought she was sleeping with the enemy. I thought she was sleeping with her, and she was to a degree. If he socked her in the jaw, I'll never fucking know. But I have my reasons to suspect that she lied about what Fidel did to her. Okay? He's sleeping with the enemy. Absolutely. I believe she moved to Mexico not because of a love story, but because she burned all her bridges with her family in the United States. Her family was not in support of her relationship with Fidel. Her family, you've seen her family tree. You think they were in support of her getting knocked up by a Mexican, an undocumented, dangerous illegal, when she was married to a white man? the same white man that her dad was trying to intervene from. She burned all her bridges with her family. That's why she ran away to Mexico. She didn't move here as an organized move, as a keep my family together. She moved to Mexico because she made such a fucking mess out of her life in the United States with her family, with the courts, and she took an opportunity to run away with Fidel. She saw that they could monetize and she stayed. Okay, but she did not move to Mexico out of this love story and keep my family. She moved to Mexico because she had fucked up. She had made such a mess and she burned all her bridges with her family in the U.S. Eventually they came around when they saw money, when they saw she was doing so good and he's a changed man, blah, blah, blah. Her family was not in support of her relationship. When did we say it was 18th? And that's why it makes a lot of sense now. Oh, que puse un apellido. Also, her legal name is Smith. I found the child. Yep, you found his name. Yep, you found the name to the last baby. So let's go see what her immigration status was in 2024. Ray was his middle name. Let's go compare the birth certificate. Who's got 5 on the birth certificate? So I was able to, yep, you found it. So in the birth certificate of the second child in 2009, there was a note from the Civil Registry Office that leads us to believe she had unlawful presence in Mexico at the time of his birth. She was either on an overstay, she didn't have a permanent residency. There was something going on with her immigration status in 2019 when the second child was born, because the Civil Registry Office made a specific notation in regards to her unlawful status, but despite that, her having a right to register her child. Okay, so I'm gonna go look up the third child to see what notations or lack thereof there are in that.
At M. Luza S8M sent $5 cheese Maybucks. Aquí para las aguas más extra.
Thank you, Bestie. Yeah, shout out to the Bestie that mentioned the Chelsea. You were able to find his middle name. Yeah, the third baby has, so all her kids have a 3-letter middle name deriving from one of her family members. Not his, mind you. Can we talk about how all the children are named by her after her family? Fidel has no say. Fidel has no representation on their names. Fidel's family members are not represented. They're not named after any of Fidel's family members. She names all their kids after her family. Not a single one of his 3 sons were named after him, which you know is a Mexican tradition, and they are all Smiths. That's very fucking telling. I actually kind of feel sad for him. If you're Mexican, you know that it is a Mexican tradition, cultural thing to name your son after their father. Usually it's the firstborn. Okay, but we know the firstborn, there was an issue with his paternity and it was born to Brian. But the second one and the third one were all named by her after her family members. Okay, the first one's name is Dominic J, named after her dad. The third one's name is Damian Ray, named after her sister. Diego, one of them has the mom's middle. No. Okay, let me start over. Diego J, named after her dad. Dominic Lee, named after her mom. Damian Ray, named after her sister. Not a single mention of Fidel's names. Not a single mention of his family. Nada. Nada. All of them named by her after her family. That's very fucking telling, y'all. And they're all Smiths. Both of my sons, because it's Mexican tradition, have part of their dad's name in their name. Both of my sons. It's a thing. And the fact that that man has 3 sons, allegedly, I think 2, but 3 sons, and not a single one of them is named after Fidel. Not a single one of them is named after a Fidel's family member. Not a single one of them is named in honor of Fidel or his family or his lineage at all. All her LDS lineage. But then she wants to be in Mexico and pretend like they're part of the culture, like they're assimilating, like they're these Mexican boys. Those are white boys. Those are white babies. Named after white people for the white people. Their names are also Smith. They are Mexican Smiths. Yes, they are. She's a Smith. Her legal name is Smith. Her name is not Garcia Sanchez. She uses that to culturally appropriate. Her legal name is Smith. That's what's listed on all of her children's birth certificates. Her name is Candace Smith. Okay? No more of this Garcia Sanchez. Her name is Candace Smith. Her kids are Smiths. There's a reason she hasn't dropped her last name Smith, because when she flies back to Utah, she's banking in on being Smith. Those PPP loans, Smiths. Candace, how the fuck did you pull PPP loans for a Garcia Sanchez when your name is Smith? Something's fishy. Something's fishy here. I'm smelling fraud. Her legal name on her children's birth certificates is Smith. In the Mexican birth certificates, she's listed as Candace Smith as a foreigner. So Garcia Sanchez is an alias that she told news reporters she uses for the safety of her family. The reason she's never used Smith is she didn't want people to pull her records. The reason she didn't tell people her legal name is Smith is she didn't want all this to come out. She didn't want the Bryan files, the Ortiz files, the Fidel files, the Castle Day files. She didn't want those files to come out. Okay? Her name is Smith. Y'all have a person by the name of Smith representing our community. Do you have a white blonde Smith representing deportation stories? I don't like that. The way we have been colonized and appropriated in our own niche and our own country by a Smith, the same way her family appropriated, colonized the indigenous in Utah. History repeats itself when we refuse to acknowledge it. And that's what's happening with Candace. And now she's appropriating that she's a Catholic, that she's Mexican, that is a Smith from the mountains of Caucasus, from the mountains of colonization, Salt Lake City, Utah, okay? All right, I'm trying to log in to pull up the last child. Hold on, I need to plug in this because I'm gonna need to transfer. I have her LLC. I don't know how she's doing it, or if she has a dual identity, but in Mexico, she's identifying herself as Smith. In the US, she seems to be identifying herself as Garcia Sanchez. Under the PPP loan, she's Garcia Sanchez. Under the letter she wrote to a federal judge, she identifies as Garcia Sanchez. Her LLC is Garcia Sanchez. So I haven't cracked this mystery yet, but I can tell you that in Mexico, she is identifying as a Smith, so much that all of her children are registered with her name being Candace Smith, and their last name is Smith. Okay? I don't know what the fuck she's doing in the United States, trying to say she's Garcia Sanchez, but aquí en Mexico, that bitch is a Smith. You think it would be backwards, no? That she would be trying to be Garcia Sanchez here, Smith over there. But yeah. Don't ask me how or why she's doing that, but they are legally married. I did find their marriage certificate in Salt Lake County when he was in prison. So they are married. I will give credit where credit is due. There's like a handful of things she didn't lie to us about. That was one of them. She did marry Fidel. There were some, I doubted it in the beginning because I was like, God, she lies about so much. But I can assert that I have her marriage certificate And she did marry Fidel. Okay, where did... what was the kid's name? Ortiz. Alright, what I'm doing now is I'm pulling up the information for the most recently born child, the third child, so I can see if there's a note about her immigration status on that certificate, the same way that it was listed on the second baby certificate in 2019. I'm wondering if she didn't make her marriage valid in Mexico. I don't think she's registered her marriage. We know she lied about the proposal. She gave a whole story time on Fidel proposing to her and he was in jail the whole time. She claimed he proposed to him. I don't know if she's... There's something fishy. She's doing something with the... Alright, I found the third birth certificate. Also Smith. He was registered November 6th. Kenneth did her name like that, so if something goes bad, she can say it's not her. Yep. Yep. In Mexico, they use the father's last name as being and the mother's second. Correct. But on their birth certificate, it specifies that her name is Smith and that she's a foreigner and that she didn't have lawful status at least while the second one was born. You can register a foreign marriage here. Yes. Do I think they've gone through it? Probably not. But again, I'm trying to figure, like, crack the code on how she is Smith here, but pulling documents in the U.S. Because if she's Smith here, that tells me that the civil registry is going off of her American documentation, which lists her as Smith. If she had processed the name change in the United States, her passport should reflect the same. So when she goes in to register her child, why would they list her name as Smith if her passport says Garcia Sanchez? There's something there. And remember that Mexico is very strict about names. Very strict. Very, very, very strict. So you can't just name your kid whatever, right? And you know that they're going to be, like, they check that shit. Okay. By God. I know how it works. I've done it before. A ver. I need tarjeta digital. Yeah, maybe she didn't change her last name. But then why is she telling, if she didn't change her last name, why did she tell everybody over here her name is Garcia Sanchez? She does news, like those news interviews, Garcia Sanchez, Garcia Sanchez, Garcia Sanchez. Why? Because she's fucking appropriating. She's culturally appropriating. If your name is Garcia Sanchez, cool. Cool, but it's Sanchez when it's convenient for her, and it's Smith when it's convenient for her. The same way that Fidel and Carlos's status, she used it to her convenience. So you see where I'm going with this? And also, she has a dual identity in Mexico, okay? She has a dual identity here. Yes, she does. So in Mexico, if you are carrying documentation with two names, let's say she is still Garcia Sanchez over there and then Smith over here, it's a dual identity. She can get in some shit for it. Okay, I went through a similar issue with my children, which is why I had to process a name change in the US to match their Mexican documents. So yeah, absolutely. Her having two different names could very well be helping her with evading certain things, being able to take advantage of certain things, avoiding responsibilities to certain things. Absolutely. I think that's exactly what she's doing. Come on, let me just pay. When I got my dual citizenship, we had to correct my first name so they could match in the US. Yeah. They're very, very strict about names here. Very. Okay, all right. Process payment for the birth certificate. She probably does still get benefits. Well, we know she still gets PPP loans. Would you be surprised if she's still cashing in on other government benefits the same way that she cashed in on PPP loans while she was living over here? All right. So just pulled up the birth certificate. Aha. So she had lawful status when the third one was born. So in the birth certificate of the third one, the note about unlawful status is not there. So that tells me that in 2019, she was probably on a visa overstay. And she has made videos saying that she's had her residency since she got here. That's a lie. In 2019, when her second child was born, she was unlawful in Mexico. She rectified it by the time the third one was born. And in the birth certificate for the third one, she's still listed as a Smith, Candice Marie Smith, and she's listed as a U.S. citizen. Yep. I hate it how Mexico makes it so easy for Mexico. Yeah, definitely. Especially foreigners like that take advantage of loopholes. Hi, Basti. Welcome to YouTube Baddies. Thank you so much for joining my YouTube channel.
562 has purchased a membership.
Mm-hmm. Should I probably open a bank account? You can't open a, well, I guess you can with, you can open a bank account with residency. You can. She probably opened a bank account in Mexico when you do that to get U.S. notified, and that's, in Mexico she's Garcia. In Mexico she's a different person. If she is Garcia Sanchez in the U.S. and Smith here, yeah, that's a different person as far as legalities go. Absolutely. It's giving a little bit of, is it giving tax evasion, Candace? Rocio Torres, thank you so much. She just sent me a $5 Venmo. Thanks for all your homework. Thank you for tuning in. Carol Craft, support because you present the facts. Shout out to you. She sent in a $10 Venmo. Thank you, besties, for supporting my live stream. For those of you that want to jump in, I'm going to drop the tip line into the chat. Thank you for supporting the research, the lives, being present. A lot of these records I'm able to pull up through the help of your tips, including the appeal that we are about to enjoy together when we get the unredacted reports back. All the time that goes into this, from researching, from putting stuff together, supplies, the whiteboard, the printer, all of that is funded through your tips, your TTS, your super chats, your Venmos. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And I just want you guys to know I see you. This is very much a group project, okay? Candace keeps Fidel illiterate because she has more power that way. I married someone illegal and helped him learn English, understand paperwork, phone, way around to do his homework. Let's talk about that, Kimberly. Undocumented is the term that I like to use, not illegal. I think it dehumanizes. But I have the same stance when I get into a relationship. I want to elevate my partner, right? I think we all want to be with people that helps us grow, helps us be better in one way, shape, or form. So if I was dating somebody that didn't know how to read, that didn't know how to write, especially with an MBA myself, it wouldn't just be common fucking sense. Like, for her to be giving English classes to the kindergarten for free, but not her own husband, is diabolical, right? How could I be a law school graduate, knowing that my partner can't read or write or even work a phone? How could I be creating content with my partner in it, monetizing off of his story, but not even allow him or teach him so he can be part of it and follow along and interact with people and post his own shit? Right? There's a reason why she keeps him illiterate. There's a reason why in the 10 years they've been together, she hasn't taken him back to school, but she took him back for a new fucking grill because her viewers are commenting about his teeth, right? There's a reason she'll teach the kindergarten for free, but she won't teach her husband how to understand, how to work a basic phone, how to be part of the content with her. There's a reason she flaunts herself as an MBA graduate, but tells the court that her husband's illiterate, and she keeps him that way. I believe he has no idea what she's done with his story. I truly believe he has no idea what she has done and how she has done it. I believe he has very limited knowledge of what she's turning his story into and how she's appropriating and all these lies and all this. I believe he don't even fucking know about Ortiz. I believe he probably doesn't even know about Brian. I bet you she told him she was already divorced from him. Oh yeah, I think there's a lot of things he doesn't know about. I'm certain he doesn't know she was a cooperating witness in his domestic violence case. Certain he doesn't know. The same way she said on that video and said in front of him, I was an uncooperating witness. That's what he thinks. She told him what she told us. I didn't have anything to do with it. She probably told him the neighbors called the police. She probably told him what she told us, that we know is a lie. I didn't want to charge you. I was uncooperating. It's the state of Utah. You know how they are. Yeah. And I'm gonna look, I am somebody that very much as somebody that has gone through DV myself on a public platform. And there's people that didn't believe me. Okay, I believe you should believe women when they say they've been abused. However, based on the research that I have done on Candace, based on what I found in her previous relationship, based on the police reports not matching what she's reporting, I believe she lied about the domestic violence between her and Fidel. And that is my personal opinion. I believe she lied. And I believe she took advantage of the language barrier, that he was not able to defend himself. He couldn't tell the police his version of the story because he didn't speak English. I believe, I doubt if he did that to her. I would not put it past that Candace is one of those women that do that type of shit to themselves and then call it in, based on what I've learned about her. At the beginning of the series, do you guys know that I expressed empathy for her? I even said, I don't want to publicize this. This is sad, despite what we know about Candace. But now that I know what I know, I don't believe her story. I don't believe the story she told the police. In fact, I believe some of what she told us on YouTube and their story was true. Something happened between them that was both of their faults, and I believe she lied to the police to have him arrested. That is my personal opinion. You guys are free to create your own. And again, I'm somebody that's very much support women, believe women when they report domestic violence. However, the records in this case that have pulled through her entire history tell me that she's a documented liar. It tells me she has lied to police multiple times. It tells me she has lied to the courts. She has lied to the audience. She has lied to news reporters. So I believe she lied to the police about Fidel in 2011. I don't believe he actually socked her in the jaw. Well, I have my reservations, and I'll never know because I wasn't there. Okay? But going off of what I have researched and the public records lead me to believe that she lied. She lied, she regretted it, took him back, and she moved out here because she made such a mess with her family. Maybe she probably even felt guilty. She knows he got deported because of her. And that's why she never told us about the 2012 deportation. Remember, go back to the beginning of this series. My biggest question was, why has she never talked about his first deportation in 2012? Why does her story always start in 2016 on his second deportation? That was the biggest red flag that I had. And I think I've solved it. Because she's the reason he got deported in 2012. Which means she's also the reason he got deported in 2016. So, that story would hit a lot different if she had told us they're actually here because of her. All those things she went through, the family separation, the U.S. government deported my husband. You were behind it, though. I think she followed him out of guilt and stayed when she saw that there was an opportunity out here. Because I'll remind you, she was on welfare in the United States. When she came out here, scoped it out, she saw that there was an opportunity, blew up, started bringing in thousands, pulling PPP loans. She stayed because she could never have what she has here in Utah. She was on welfare in Utah. Probably still is. So she stayed in Mexico, not because of love, because of convenience, because she could have more here, because she could exploit the cost of living here with her US dollars. That is why she stayed. Fidel was a plus. The babies were a plus. Her main motive behind staying here is because she realized very quickly that her quality of life here was superb what it would be in the United States. She would have never been able to build a house or even own a house in the United States. She was on welfare, probably housing, fooding assistance, Medicaid. She was a welfare queen in Salt Lake City. She went from welfare queen to queen of the White House in a tiny little town with the biggest fucking house, the most money. She's the richest person in S.Salt. She's the richest person, the richest family in that town. And she's a celebrity in that town. She's living her American dream in Mexico, in S.Salt. And that's why she moved here. And yeah, you're right. In a way, she is the face of deportation. Rightfully so, because she's the deporter in chief. What the best slogan out of the series will forever be, you can't spill Candace without ice. And not, my friends, is the way the cookie crumbles. In the case of a divorce, the house belongs to the town. She's building on indigenous land. That land doesn't belong to her or to Fidel. Patty.
Celebratory gesture emoji. Smiling face emoji.
Her house, she doesn't own the house. S.Salt owns the house. El Ejido owns the land. So they're building on land that doesn't belong to them. And that's the way the cake pop crumbles. Yeah, and that's really it, guys. Cray. So the police reports are supposed to be, we're in the next week or so, right? The unredacted police report and 911 call is due to us in 10 business days. The mayor copied the records officer in the notice sent to me today. So the records officer has 10 days to get us the unredacted police reports, 911 calls, and the email. So all the records that I have with those hella redactions, they are owed to us in 10 days. I believe I may make the 911 call public. I believe I may publicize it once I have the full context. Part of the reason why I didn't publicize it, I felt bad for her, triggering all those things, but I needed the context. The only purpose to publicizing that call is to be able to support the statement I'm making that she weaponized his status. Okay? So when I get that 911 call, if it has the context that I believe that it has, I will be publicizing it most likely. And I'll also be publicizing the so I want both cases before I publicize them. I want Fidel's records in full, and I want the Ortiz records in full. And I'm going to put them side by side. I don't know if there's a 911 call available for Ortiz. I'm waiting to hear back on that. It would not surprise me that she has objected to the Ortiz release. I called last week to check on it, and they had told me it had been handed over to a paralegal. My request had been handed over to a paralegal. So, we will go through the process for the Ortiz files the same way we've gone through the process with the Fidel files. I believe once I have the full files on both, we'll be able to compare them, see the striking similarities, that is not a coincidence, and be able to publicize what I'm alleging, and not just speculations, but facts. That she played these people, that she weaponized the system, used their status, had them deported, and now she's over here representing deportation. Connie, to answer your question, how do people get back once they've been deported? They cross unlawfully through the desert, coyotes. There's human trafficking. There's a lot of ways that people return unlawfully. And then back then it was a lot easier than it is now. I have a feeling you're gonna run Candace out of Mexico. That's not my goal. To run her out of anywhere. My goal is to remind her place in a foreign country. My goal is to make her uncomfortable with exploiting our stories, our trauma, to culturally appropriate our culture, our customs at her convenience. My goal is to make her uncomfortable and remind her she is a foreigner here. She's not one of us. And for her to stop exploiting our stories. That is my goal. I don't give a fuck if she goes back to Salt Lake or she stays where she is. My goal is to put her in her place as a foreigner in Mexico, because that's what she is. She's a foreigner, exploiting us, colonizing us, culturally appropriating us, names, trauma, deportation, religion, okay? My goal in this story, in this entire series, is to put her in her place as a foreigner in Mexico. This isn't Salt Lake City. This isn't your background anymore. This isn't your arena. You're a foreigner here. And you're taking up way too much fucking space in this space that doesn't belong to you. The same way your ancestors took up all that space as Mormon settlers. It's exactly what she's doing here. So my goal is not to run her out. And she may not change. And let me tell you something. She's already changing certain things. She's made changes to her content based off of things that I've said. Some of you have noticed it. And even if she doesn't, it may not make a huge change in the way she runs her content, but I know I'm making her uncomfortable. She does not know how to deal with this, which is why she's been zip quiet. She does not deal with confrontation well. She does not know how to take accountability. She does not know how to answer to these lies. So rest assured, we have made her uncomfortable in this series. I've been uncomfortable for her, honestly. She could keep doing what she wants. Y'all can keep sipping the Candace Kool-Aid. There are many of us that stopped. There are enough of us, and eventually this information is going to land into different hands. Might not be right now. Ah, my cake pop. Might not be right now. That's okay. I know for a fact this series has her moving different, has her smoking 4 more packs a day. You're pure evil. No. I would say it was evil when she wanted my family targeted by organized crime. That was evil. I think it was evil when she sat around with all those bitches, silently laughed, while I had to consider sending my kids back to the U.S. for safety. I think that was evil. I think it was evil that she came into my country and is making me fight her white privilege in my own country to share my own story. Okay? I'm not giving anything she don't deserve. I'm simply not laying down and letting her do it in my own country. It was one thing. I dealt with bitches like Candace in Salt Lake City, Utah. Remind you, I grew up where she's from. I dealt with bitches like her my entire life. Okay? I refuse to allow a foreigner like her in my own country to make me uncomfortable sharing my story in the niche that I became a part of, in my own country, fighting for space in my own country, fighting to share my own story in my own country. Do that shit in Salt Lake City. When you go back to Salt Lake, you got the drop on me over there, not here. I refuse to let that shit happen here. There's no way I got deported from there just to come deal with bitches like her over here. And for those of you that don't understand this series goes so far beyond the TikTok drama. Some of you guys can't see it because I'm the messenger, okay? This series is very in line with my content. I have been advocating for our stories for years. I have been pushing this niche for years. I have been paving the way for people to be able to tell their stories for years, okay? Calling her out for what she's done and holding her accountable and pointing out her lies and the way that she's taken advantage of this community is very much advocating for our stories, because our stories can't be heard when white stories like that are pushing ours out. Her story has more support than probably 25 of real deportation stories put together. There is something awfully wrong with Mexican Americans dropping all of their support for a white woman with privilege than their own race. Look at Carlos. Carlos is a perfect example of this. Teaming up with a white ally over Mexican nationals in this particular niche. Okay? That is what I'm after. How can we create a path for real deportation stories to be shared when her story is taking up all the space, all the spotlight, the glamorizing, the romanticizing? She's taken up too much space here. And that's a conversation that's uncomfortable, and people are like, oh, you're this, you're that. No, she needs to be reminded she's a foreigner here. She's a foreigner in Mexico, exploiting and lying and taking advantage and using things to her advantage on both sides of the border, and refuses to acknowledge that she's doing it. So that is what this series is about. And I'm gonna, some of you might be over it. I'm really not. I am intrigued. I am, what's the word, wowed, fascinated by this story. This shit needs to be studied by the way she has been able to get away with this for so long. The way she has never been questioned. I'm fascinated by the white privilege in our own country. I'm fascinated by the way Mexican Americans have responded in support to her. I'm fascinated with her history and the way she has been able to distort it. I'm fascinated by her manipulation. I'm fascinated by her ability to not present herself as an ally with this history. It's fascinating. This woman is smart to a degree. I'm also fascinated by the fact that I'm the only person that questioned her, and I'm the person that exposed it. I'm fascinated that out of everybody here, I'm the one that questioned her, and I'm the one that brought this to light. I actually feel pretty proud of that, because she fooled all of y'all. She fooled news stations. She fooled authorities. She fooled millions of people. She didn't fool me. I find that fascinating. Let me toot my own horn for a second. Let me toot my own horn for a second. And that's why she hates me. And that is a pattern I have seen in my personal life. Look at the HOA that I just talked about this morning. I'm the one person that's pushed back. I'm the one person that stands up and says, no, wait, this is wrong. There is something in me that is wired differently, you guys. I'm not trying to be like a big head. I'm just having a moment where I look at some of these patterns when you're a lot of people say, you're always in some shit. You're always problems with everybody. There's something in me that's wired differently, that I view things through a very different lens, and I always push back. And that makes me the villain. That makes me the bad guy. That makes me problematic. But I actually find that fascinating about myself. I'm the one person that will be like, hold on, this don't make no sense. I'm the one person that goes against popular opinion despite the backlash. I will sit in a room full of people that are jumping me verbally and say, I don't agree with this. I like that about me. I will sit here and take the trolling. I will let people drag me. I will put my own brand at risk to be messy to get to the bottom of it. And that takes a lot. Not all of you guys, not everybody's built that way. A lot of people would fold under the trolling. A lot of people would fold under the loss of followers, which I've been dropping followers since I dropped the series. A lot of people would fold by masses of people jumping you and discouraging you, and you're so upset. You're so obsessed over this. You're fucking crazy. Get help. A lot of people will fold because they're too worried about what people are going to think. Annie's not. And I like that about me. I really like that about me. There's something there that's wired differently about me than a lot of people. And that's what makes me problematic. But I haven't been wrong. I haven't been wrong. Ojo de loca no se equivoca. Someone told her story in Spanish by referencing your evidence. She spoke your facts and told her audience that Candace is a fake and a liar. Ooh, drop it. Let me see it. I love to see when other creators are taking this and making content on it. I believe that at one point it'll land into the right hands and maybe it'll make a difference. Maybe it won't. But for me, for us here, absolutely, because we do share an audience. We are part of the same niche, unfortunately. Right? So, yeah. People will choose fakeness over transparency. People rather watch a fake story because the truth makes them so uncomfortable. A lot of people are not ready for the truth. People rather be glazed with lies than confronted with the truth. I think it's the American race side of you. I don't think this is American. I don't think it has anything to do with my culture of why I dig into things. Maybe it's, I don't know, the years I've spent in the court system, something. But I would not attribute this to Americanness. In fact, I would attribute this to my Latina side. I would attribute this to my Mexicanness. Los mexicanos no se rajan. Okay, this is not American. I'm sorry, but I refuse to give credit to this, to the American culture. This is very much something in me. It's not you to deal with all the hate. They all hate women that stand up for themselves. Yes, it is hard in this society to be a woman that speaks up, especially against popular opinion. It is hard to be a woman with a voice, especially when you're on your own and you don't have people backing you. You don't have allies. You don't have a room full of people behind you. And I've consistently stood up on this platform and in my real life against popular opinion. And man, I'm starting to really embrace that. I'm starting to see a side of me that's like, I see potential here. I don't know. I think I'm in the right path. Like, I think law school was made for me. I think this is what I was made for. Some of you guys may think this is funny, this whiteboard, or think this is too much and I'm obsessed with this whiteboard. This whiteboard is me in practice in front of a courtroom. This is how attorneys organize their cases to present to the judge. This is how attorneys research. Like, everything you saw in this series is an attorney in practice, and I'm not an attorney yet. Okay, I'm not. I'm a law student, but everything I'm seeing here, like, this is what I see on when an attorney gets up. When I was in the HOA meeting yesterday, I was so frustrated because can't nobody represent me better than me. Can't nobody narrate this the way that I can. I was so some of you saw it where I was like, just say, you got to say this. There's nobody that can verbalize it the same way that I can, because this takes a certain skill, especially when you're like emotionally invested into it. At this point, I'm sorry, but I think I can tell Candace's story better than herself. Okay, when she told people somebody told a story that wasn't there to tell and they told it wrong. That hits different, Candace, looking at this whiteboard. That hits a lot different looking at this whiteboard. You do know all attorneys in Mexico are crooks. Well, your president is crooks. Your entire cabinet is a crook in the United States. You do know your entire administration in the United States are crooks, right? I thought it was good to me. I repost all the videos of scandals on TikTok. We watched those earlier in the live and we thought those were entertaining. Okay, we're gonna wrap up soon. We're going on 2.5 hours. I don't want this video to be too long because I didn't want to get to like the root of it. I wanted to cover the GRAMA. I wanted to cover the reports, all of that. I wasn't impressed with your attorney. Yeah, with my HOA stuff, I feel like my attorney didn't embody what I wanted. But here's the thing. They wouldn't listen, right? So even if she had said everything I wanted her to say, they were closed down. They were not going to listen. There was, whether she was, and if I had been speaking, they would have attacked me even harder if I was the one speaking. So I think I made the right choice. You should do an explanation for all the findings in Spanish for Fidel. I think eventually somebody else will take. Hey, somebody said there was another content creator that made a video on this in Spanish. If so, drop the video for us. I love to watch when other creators jump on this topic to see how they're narrating it. The U.S. economy is going to shit with the current administration. Yeah, let's not even talk about your administration. That shit is bananas. Yes, please. You should do. So yeah, I've seen some people. There's some creators that I've seen that have started making note of this. That have started making little videos. There was some, and I've reposted. I'll repost all the ones. If there's content creators that are making videos on this, I'm reposting all of them. There was this one. Let me show it to you guys. Hold on. One more coming. Let me pull up TikTok. There was one that I saw over the weekend that I thought was funny, and it was a content creator that you could tell she had been watching the series. Let me search for it really quick. Oh, sorry guys, I got eaten up by mosquitoes this weekend. Oh my god. All right, her name is Grace. A ver. It's all the way down. Guys, I gotta take a body break. Okay.
Oye, Candelaria, ¿te puedo hacer una pregunta? Oye, Candelaria, ¿te puedo hacer una pregunta? Oye, güey, ¿no te da vergüenza que se enteren de todas tus mentiras? Oye, ahora que tú eres la ratera, ahora tú eres peligrosa también. Oye, ¿cuánto te costó para que te aprobaran quitar toda la vegetación y construyeras tu Casa Blanca? Oye, cuando dabas clases de inglés, a tus alumnos los expones en redes sociales sin cubrirles la cara. ¿Los padres saben de eso? Ay, ¿a dónde vas? Todavía no termino, espérame. Oye, la razón por qué haces tu contenido así súper inocente es porque te sientes culpable que fuiste la razón por la que deportaste a tu baby daddy. Oye, ¿y si se casaron o qué onda? Oye, ese pueblo está chiquito y pues... ¿Por qué no tienes amigas? Oye, una última y ya. Puedes decir chilaquiles. Oye, Candelaria, ¿te puedo hacer una pregunta?
I came across that one on over the weekend, and she made a good point though. She was like, that town is very small. How come we don't have no friends? And I was like, wait, we haven't even talked about that, but she's spot on. For as small as that town is, why don't we ever see Candace with no friends? Not the chilaquiles. The chilaquiles one took me out. I'm pretty sure it's Alma Rose. Where? Yeah. There was some good questions there. Drop her link. I reposted her. So if you go to my live account on TikTok, I've reposted all the ones that I see popping up. Her name is Grace. But it's true. Like if why don't we ever see her with no friends? We do see her with. Oh, it's reposted on my second account, the child support account. Where's her comadres? She's mentioned her comadres in some of her news articles. Alma Rose is on this live. Anyway, why we know why they kicked you out of your first home? Yeah, because I do not let people get over on me. And absolutely. We just talked about this. I am not somebody that lays down while I'm being violated. I won't be. I won't ever be. So, you know, I knew naturally because of the timing of this series and the HOA stuff, people would be like, oh, that's why your neighbors don't like you. Yeah, my neighbors don't like me for the same shit. Because I go against popular opinion and I question things. And I've always said Jimmy was stealing our money. Was I wrong? No. That's what I was saying. People forget what she did too. It's a whole different ballgame. Yeah. You know, I've spent very minimal time emphasizing that. Because I'm not going to sit here and say, well, she did this to me. She did this to me. Because believe it or not, this series was not to get back at her. This series has not been like, when I dropped her episode, one, I didn't even want to do it. I dropped Carlos's episode 1. I had mentioned I was going to do Candace. If you guys watched episode 1, it was very just to the point. It was 40 minutes long. It was mainly just about bringing awareness about lying about these stories. Okay. As we were talking about that, like on the live regroup, it opened the door for like, oh, well, let's pull this. Let's research this. And then it just opened this this rabbit hole of lies. That one thing led me to another thing led me to another thing led me to another. It was no longer about the TikTok drama. It really wasn't. It was about the bigger picture of her exploiting the community. You know, all the things we've covered. All the things we've covered have nothing to do with, well, she did this to me. Because it was never a get back game. Truly, this was never a get back game. And some people may believe that, some people won't. Now you can go back to 2023 and you can see that I didn't really expose her. I made a comment calling her out for being hypocritical when she was talking about me, right? And now you can go back because everybody's to say in 2023, she did this to her. She exposed her story. It wasn't her story to tell. Did I really tell her story in 2023? Or did I just give her fair warning? I could have gone into all of this in 2023 and I didn't. I simply gave her fair warning because I always knew she was full of shit. Okay? So it was never about like this series, and even in 2023, it was never about getting back at Candace. This became so much bigger when I started uncovering things and more things and more things from her history to the lies to the 2 deported boyfriends to the way she's weaponized. Like, hold on, like this is actually kind of serious. Like this is actually kind of fucked. Like how is this happening to us? You know, the whole thing became a huge case study. It was informational. It was educational. We've learned history. We've seen history repeating itself. We talked about white privilege. We talked about her lineage. We talked about patterns. I mean, so many things that go so far beyond what she did to me or what she was a part of in 2023. Like, I'm honestly not somebody that holds grudges. No, I'm never gonna forget what she did. Right? I don't feel bad because I remember she didn't give me no empathy. Just like with this whole HOA stuff, I'm like, they wouldn't skip a beat to throw my ass in prison if they could. Anybody out here wouldn't skip a beat if Annie had hid all this shit from her story to hang me out to dry. If this was me, I would have been fucking canceled. Okay? And y'all know that. If that had been me, there would be people calling in left and right for the PPP fraud. They would call the police. They would be sending ICE for me in Mexico if that was me. Okay? And y'all know it. Like, les consta that if I had done this shit, nobody would be defending me. Nobody would be talking about, that's not your story to tell. It's not your business. She's just out there trying to make it. She doesn't hurt anybody. She's just been trying to take care of her kids. Nobody would be fucking justifying fraud for me just to take care of my kids. Nobody would be justifying my lies. Nobody would be justifying anything for me. I would be on the fucking chopping block. Canceled everywhere. And that's a part of my social experiment for you guys to see the impacts of white privilege, to see the power of white privilege, how far it goes even into our home country. And we are part of the problem. We gave her all of that. We built her that house. We as a community, we as predominantly Latinos, Mexican Americans have built that house for her. We have helped her colonize. We have helped her appropriate our culture. We have egged her on. We gave her the fucking pedestal she stood on in front of those cameras. We gave her the privilege of representing us. We did that. And that's a conversation that most people aren't ready to have, which is why they continue to defend her. Because if they acknowledged it, if her fans acknowledged it, they would have to, one, admit that they were fucking played like fools. And they would have to acknowledge their part in this white privilege. They would have to acknowledge their part in what she's done that has impacted so many families. They're not ready for that conversation, which is why they continue to defend her and justify everything that she's doing. Because then they would have to acknowledge that they're doing that to their own people. That they're helping her displace our own people. They're helping her exploit our own people. They're helping her take away from our own people. And whether they like it or not, whether her candy cult likes me or not, I am Mexican. I am de la raza, no? Some people don't want to acknowledge that because Annie's such a fucking hater. But you would have to admit what Candace has done to me and my family. And people aren't ready to acknowledge anything that would put me in any type of position where somebody wronged me, because I always have to be the bad guy in their book. I'm going to be the villain forever in certain people's eyes. They will co-sign everything and anything if it means keeping me as the villain, including everything Candace has done. What part of Mexico do you live in? I live in Jalisco. And that is the way the cookie crumbles. It's very wrong to sit by and watch her exploit that town. Yeah. Is it just me, but it's hard to believe Fidel clocked her in the face and she's the one who gives abuser vibes? I talked about that earlier, where I said I personally don't believe that story anymore. I believe the story she gave YouTube might actually have some truth to it. And I believe she lied to the police. I actually believe that when she said we had equal parts, she might have been telling the truth and that he didn't actually do what she said he did. I believe she lied about the DV. And I believe Fidel doesn't even know what she said to the police. I believe he doesn't even know that she called the cops on him, that she's the one that reported him, and that she was, in fact, a cooperating witness. So the version of the story she told us on that YouTube video with him in the back, I believe is the version she told him. That she had nothing to do with it, that she didn't even want to charge him, the state of Utah, this and that. I don't believe he actually clocked her in the face. That's just my personal opinion. And I hate to be like, again, I want to support women who are victims of DV. Believe them. I've been in a situation where I wasn't believed. And I tried, even when I was showing medical records, people didn't believe me. Right? So I don't take that shit lightly to say that I don't believe her. But I've done extensive research on this woman and her history and her patterns. And I've clocked her lying multiple times to government entities, to courts, to the police, to you guys. So I don't put it past her to have lied to the police when she got mad at Fidel in 2011. And we are going to get that full report soon and see if I'm right. And up until this point, none of my speculations have been wrong about Candace. And when you share a story with the public audience for views and money, it's no longer just a story. It's public content subject to fact checking, which is what we're doing. Once you put your story out for public consumption and monetization, it's up for grabs, which is why I believe the mayor overturned the redactions. God, I'm so good. I'm sorry, Candace. Like, that's just that's the highlight of my fucking week. Okay, you win some, you lose some. I lost some in the HOA meeting yesterday, but I won some in the Salt Lake City mayor today. Okay. I believe the police report. The police report includes information about where she was going to school. It's possible it will be unredacted. The mayor's decision just said that she would be unredacting identifying information. So I don't know if the name of the school will be considered identifying information. We will have to wait and see. What are you going to get out of it? The truth. And I'm monetizing while I'm creating this content. So I'm getting paid, I'm getting the truth, I'm getting personal satisfaction, I'm getting a lot of knowledge, firsthand knowledge on these processes like GRAMMA appeals. I'm learning things that I can apply into my legal realm eventually. I've been able to practice what I've been learning at school. I've been able to put into practice what I have personally experienced through my time in the court system, my time in jail, my time working with authorities. So that's what I've taken away from this series. Yeah. And my viewers want the truth. Yeah, so if my viewers were not entertained by this, I wouldn't have dragged it out this long, okay? But I also have an audience that expresses interest in this. So my audience has fueled this series. They have supported this series. They have paid me for this series. They have paid me to uncover these things. They have paid me to pull these reports. So when you ask yourself, why is she still doing this? Because there's a demand from my audience and all the other things that I just named that I personally get out of it. So yeah, this goes so far beyond just TikTok drama. If she monetizes by lying, why are you upset from me monetizing from the truth? Thank you, Claudia. That's a big yeah. She monetizes by lying. What's wrong with monetizing from the truth? Which includes facts and receipts. I've never been interested in reaching out to any of the reporters that ran her stories. I am the new reporter. Okay? Maybe if I didn't have my platform and I felt like, oh my God, why would I reach out to those reporters when they suck? They already failed in their jobs as reporters. I'm the new reporter, bitch. I'm the captain now. Okay? Yeah. I have a big enough audience to report on this, and I know it's going to spread. So what would I need a reporter for? To correct their story. They had the chance. So all those reporters that you saw, all those big news stations, do with that information what you will, but they're not credible reporters. They're reporters that take the word of a white woman. But when they run stories on actually deported felons, they request background checks. They're reporters that will ask minorities for background checks before believing their stories. But when a white woman gets up there, they take her word for it and don't fact check anything. So now go back to all those reporters, all those big news stations, CNN, Univision, all those ones that's just featured on. And now you know what type of reporters they are. And that's all. That's the only interest that I have with those reporters is I just clock them for the shitty job that they did with her story. I just clock them for prioritizing a white woman over us. Even the Mexican reporter. I just shit on all those reporters. Why would I need to reach out to them to correct their story? I did their work for them so they can get up there and take credit for my research. Fuck out of here. Go run your fake ass story. Go keep that shit up there. Keep looking like clowns. Keep looking like clowns for that white woman. Keep being pawns. Keep being in her pocket for that white woman. So what does Aaron Parnas say? Independent reporters have never been more important than now. Yeah. That's why you should follow independent reporters. Not major news stations that are going to paint pretty pictures, you know, and not do their fucking research. Because all it would have taken was a background check, a minimum. I mean, wouldn't expect you to go all the way far back to the fucking family tree. But a little bit of research would have gone a long way before plastering this woman as the face of deportation. And imagine, like, you're interviewing somebody who wasn't even deported about being deported. You're interviewing a white woman who's never been deported to tell the story of her deported husband. He's never even told his own fucking story. I wonder why. I wonder why. I really love Aaron too. I get my news updates from Aaron. Aaron and Carlos. Yeah. What happened to the HOA? Subscribe to my YouTube channel. You can tune into the full HOA meeting that we had on Saturday of this past week. They hate Mexicans but love profiting off of us. That's what I love, that you do facts and receipts. Many people don't. The amount of Candy Cult fans that were offended that I was pulling receipts on her. What is this to you? Like, this is not your place. We're an invasion of privacy. I hope she sues you. They don't appreciate the receipts because then they have to face the fact that it's the truth, even if it's coming from me. Because without receipts, you think anybody would believe me? She already has managed to get people to question my credibility despite her being the one to admitting to lying to the public. And she's succeeded in having people question my credibility because of my background, because I'm a dangerous individual with felonies. And we all knew what she was referring to when she said she's a dangerous individual. Okay, so people hate me for pulling receipts, but they wouldn't believe me without them. They still don't believe me with them. Right? That's been some frustrating shit as I'm narrating the story and her fans keep moving the goalpost. First is that I was lying. Then when it's proved that it's factual, it's in the report, then I'm just crazy. I'm just bullying her. I'm just obsessed. Like, they refuse to acknowledge the truth in receipts. These are facts. This is not me just getting up here and telling the story like Candace does and putting a couple screenshots behind me. Okay, this is me narrating through fucking records, through her own admissions, through her own words, through her own handwriting, through her own replies to the court, through her own filings. And she has managed to still get the audience to question me. That is a level of skill and privilege that is unmatched. Unmatched. This is what it looks like to go up against white privilege. Even facts, even receipts, sometimes are no match for white privilege. There has been so much white privilege in the series and in her history that it's disgusting to me. So much privilege that she I think some of it might even be subconscious. Okay? It's in her blood to do what she does. It's in her lineage. Her ancestors. Like, it's in it. It's in her. So she might actually think she's doing no wrong. And the reason why she continues to do it, the reason why she's repeating history is because she refuses to acknowledge it. She refuses to acknowledge what she is, where she comes from, and she will never, ever be one of us. That might sound salty. That might really hurt her. Okay? She will never be one of us. She will never be an ally. Especially not moving the way that she continues to move. Real allies do not move that way. She will never be an ally. She is not for the people. She is not here to help families facing deportation. She is here to exploit them and take from them and monetize off of them. All while she lies to them so they can make life-altering decisions off of her lies. Off of her fake story, people have made decisions to move their families back to Mexico with the expectation that they can make it like her. If she can make it, if she can build a big, beautiful white house and start over in a ranch with her family, so can I. But she didn't tell them everything she did to get there. She didn't tell them that she still relies heavily on her ties to the U.S. She didn't tell them the way she was exploiting people, right? So it's an unrealistic picture that she paints for people facing deportation, and they trust in her. They trust in her so much that they reach out to her and she responds. And they trust in her because of her content that is built on fabrication of lies. So don't tell me that she's for the people. Don't tell me she's here to help the community. Don't tell me she's an ally. Don't help me that. No, she's here for herself and herself only. Everything she does has a return for her pockets. All the donations, all the reaching out, all the videos, there's a financial return for her and her family. And that is a dangerous white woman living amongst us. That is a wolf dressed in sheep's clothing. That's very fucking dangerous, if I do say so myself. ¿Por qué un maga quisiera ser de nosotros? Porque le conviene. Ever since I started following you, for some reason, Candace's videos stopped popping up in my FYP. Yeah. That's because nobody's holding her accountable. We are. It's got to start somewhere. And I'll tell you what, there's people that may not be doing it publicly. But I can assure you there are content creators that have stepped away from supporting her silently. Quietly, because they don't want to be part of the drama. There are other creators part of this niche, other spouses of deportees that have stepped away from her. So I promise you, there are people holding her accountable, maybe not loudly. There are people drawing their boundaries. There are people seeing her for what she is. Maybe not the masses. No, it's not her 2 million followers. Numbers were never the point. It was never to make her drop followers. It was never to cancel her or make her lose support. It was for people to be able to support her knowing her real story. And if they still choose to support her after this, because I know the majority of them have seen my shit, good for them. Good for them. At least now they're doing it with informed consent. Now they know what they're standing behind. Now they know what she represents. Now they know what Fidel represents. Now they know, and they will not admit it. They will not admit it because they would have to admit that I was right. But I promise you, a lot of them view her in a completely different light. They may not admit it because then they would have to give me a reason. They would have to admit that I was right about some stuff. Yeah, like if you don't have family out here in Mexico, it's incredible. Yeah, like even I don't know why people even compare me to her or her to me, because we're in two completely different realms. But she has had such the advantage of, you know, being with her husband and her husband having family there. They have a village. They have support. They have influence. They have, you know, it's very different than for a person that's actually deported that just gets dropped out here with nothing, no support, and you just got to start over from scratch. A lot of the wives of deportees also struggle with adapting because there's no support, there's no family, there's no village, right? So these are important topics that I wish she would talk about, because there's people that look to her to make this decision. And so her leaving out all these advantages and privileges that she has that a lot of people don't have. There's a lot of spouses that go back because it's too hard. There's no help with the kids. There's no village. There's no grandparents. There's no money. There's no work. Not everybody's going to blow up on social media like her. Not everybody's going to get PPP loans to start their build. You know, those are important things to highlight because they're privileges and advantages that most people are not going to have. So move at your own, you know, at your own risk type of shit. Like, you're not going to come over here and have it like Candace. Look at Carlos right now, trying to follow in her footsteps. Carlos is a perfect example of a lot of things. Carlos looks to Candace, and you can tell by the way he's trying to rebrand into family content, channel, like the whole thing. He's trying so hard to replicate what Candace built. It will never work. Part of the reason she's there is because of her white privilege. You see what I'm saying? So it's so incredibly important to offer some transparency, not only to your followers, but to your allies. Like, Carlos, if nobody's told you, baby boy, you will never make it like Candace. You'll never grow. You will never pop off like Candace. Your channel will never take off like Candace. And the only reason it's gotten thus far is because of her public white cosign to you and the amount of trolls of mine that have supported you. Okay, so it's so incredibly important to like set realistic expectations for allies, for content creators, for families that are looking to you to try to get to where you're at. You think everybody over there doesn't look at Candace and think, damn, I want a life like that, building a big ass house with animals, my family. Like, it's romanticized. Who wouldn't want that versus what the fuck is going on in the US? But be realistic that most people will never get there. They won't. When I moved to Mexico in 2012, I was 17 and it wasn't easy. Everything is so different and hard to adjust to. Yeah. I want to hear from the pueblo. Who knows what the local townspeople think or see or hear? Who knows? Everybody can. You just have to work hard. No. I'm going to be straight up with you. No, not everybody can. And you would be surprised how hard some people work day in and day out, and they will never get there because they don't have the advantage of platforms. They don't have the privilege of certain things. No, it's false to say everybody could get to where Candace is at. It's false to say everybody could get to where I'm at. And I say that very humbly, but I've done very well off for somebody that was deported with fucking nothing. Okay, I have an advantage. I have an advantage not everybody will have, starting from platforms. Family in the US, ties to the US. I had a social, I had a bank account. I have things not everybody will have. I have perfect English. I have access to this digital world. I have knowledge of the court system. I have things that not everybody's gonna have. So it is a unrealistic thing to say everybody, yes, we can all do well here. We can all do well. There's opportunities. I've always said that. But no, not everybody's going to do as good as some. It's the truth. It's the truth. You don't know how hard people work here. My man, and let me put him on the spot for a second, works 7 hours or 6 days a week, 12-hour days. He does well. He's doing good. He owns multiple businesses. Okay. But he's had to put in so much fucking work to get there. And he's still not like banking in like he has to work as hard as he works every single day to maintain. And no, he's not building a house, and that I make more money than my man because of my platforms. Okay, so there's certain privileges that not everybody will have. Thank you, Monica.
Arguing with a Candace fan is pointless. They're either right or they knew they were wrong 20 minutes ago and they are just trying to rage bait you.
Yes. The way she's received fast money to do the build makes so many donations not Mexican money from Fidel. Exactly. Fidel would never. Fidel on his own as a deported Mexican would have never made it like that. He would be farming and working 12-hour days, 8 days a week. Okay. Life here is hard. I don't know, like, even before my platforms, I did well. But again, my English was allowing me to create an income from the US. So I was still never even. I was still at an advantage over people that have been here their whole lives. I was still at an advantage of other deported people that were working for local companies. The scales have always been tipped, right? So it's so incredibly important to acknowledge that privilege. Like, it sucks. I don't make the rules, but I'm going to be honest. I'm going to do what I got to do to get my kids by. And that's the mentality we all have out here. We got to do what we got to do. It's a fucking hustle out here. There is no welfare. There is no food stamps. There is no Medicaid. It's do or die all on your own, right? So when people are like, yeah, well, you're gentrifying. I'm fucking sorry, but I'm going to do what I got to do to get ahead. And if that makes I make times 20 than my neighbor, so fucking be it. I got 5 kids to get ahead. I don't care if that pisses people off. It's not my fault. The scales are tipped the way that they are. But I'm going to be honest. This is how I got here. This is how I got here. But I'm out from me number 1 in my kids. Everybody else second. And that's everybody's mentality out here. If you live out here, you know what it is. Everybody's just trying to make it. And most people, not most, but there's a lot of people that are looking to get over on other people so they can get ahead. That's the culture here. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. And people like Candace just do it the easiest way. And I'm not mad at her for taking advantage of your privileges. Anybody's going to take advantage of what they can, use what they can to get by. The problem that I have with it is the dishonesty, the misrepresentation, and the way that she takes credit for everything through her MBA. We've been able to build my house with my MBA and my YouTube channel. Bullshit. You built that house. You started it with your PPP loans. You've been receiving government assistance probably since. You've received thousands of dollars in donations from brands, from followers, from people that fell in love with a story that you fabricated. Okay? That's how that house was built. Not off of the non-existing MBA. The I work for companies all around the world is bullshit. Okay, she owes that house to her platforms, and there's nothing wrong with acknowledging it. But her wanting to take credit for everything, like we're here because I was able, and dismissing the thousands of dollars of donations, dismissing that American taxpayers have put in for her, that's crazy. Because it creates a false expectation that she's just out here fucking busting it. And if I can do it, you can do it. Nah, most of us aren't going to commit PPP fraud to build a house. And look, coming from somebody that's committed fraud, okay? You got to do what you got to do. And I've said it multiple times, if I had to go back, I'm going to do whatever I got to do for my family. But set a realistic expectation for other people that maybe aren't, right? Let people know. To get this, I had to take some risks, which included fraud. Now, she's never going to say that. What person in their right mind would admit to fraud? Probably none until you absolutely have in front of a judge. But at the very least, like, fucking give them something. Acknowledge their donations. Acknowledge that you have lied because you knew it was going to get you more money. Carlos thinks he's going to support his family being a content creator. He can. I'll be the first to tell you, you can make it as a content creator. I don't believe he has what it takes. And that might sound really harsh, but as a seasoned content creator, I don't believe Carlos has what it takes to make it as a content creator. He should really not quit his day job, but he doesn't have. If I could give some free advice here, start with a day job and then do content on the side. Make the content the part-time. Okay, make the content the part-time until you've secured the content and then let go of the 9 to 5. But yeah, Carlos does not have what it takes to blow up as a content creator. I'm sorry. Look, there are certain privileges that people have to blow up. Pretty privilege is one of them. He doesn't have that. Okay, white privilege also doesn't have that. There's a reason why certain creators blow up, you guys. Straight up. It doesn't always have to do with stories. It has to do with the physical. Do you think if I was short, overweight, different skin tone, older, softer spoken, do you think I would have blown up? Do you think my story would hit the same if I wasn't a young, attractive, single mom of 5? And before you guys get your panties in a bunch, I know we're all ugly to somebody, okay? But I believe what I look like has had a lot to do with where I've been able to get in life, including staying out of prison. That's what we call pretty privilege, okay? Do you think, if you've noticed, the people that blow up on social media are aesthetically pleasing to some degree. They're pretty. I know I follow pages, like I'll see a girl and she's super pretty, instant follow. Okay? I'll see a guy attractive, follow. Okay? It's how we're wired. Aesthetically pleasing creators are typically the ones that blow up. What was Candace's? Respectfully, hers wasn't pretty privilege. Hers was the cute little white lady in Mexico. La güerita in Mexico. What makes her stand out here? Her whiteness. Put Candace Smith back in Castledale, Utah. You think she stands out? No. She stands out among minorities because of her whiteness. Okay? So, when we talk about creators that blow up, you have to have a certain profile. Look at Rafa. Okay? Rafa, I love to use him as an example because we all saw it. Okay, the man is attractive. He has an attractive voice. He has an OG vibe. Rafa has a perfect profile for viralness. He's charismatic. He gives very OG wisdom. He's very handsome. He's very easy. He has that profile. Okay. Why do you think Candace and Carlos gravitated towards him? And I'm going to be the first to tell you, when he came up on my timeline, double take, who is that? Okay. Aesthetically pleasing. Like, I'm just keeping it 100 with you guys. In order to make it, you got to have something that makes you stand out. You can't be ugly in and out. You got to pick, and I'll be the first to tell you, sometimes I'm ugly on the inside. Absolutely. I'm a mean girl. I'm a mean girl to mean bitches. I be mean back. Okay? I'll be the first to tell you I can be ugly on the inside. You can't be both, bitch. Pick a struggle. Pick a struggle. I'm privileged to say that even when I'm acting ugly, people will watch me because the outside has something. It might be funny, it might be attractive, my hair might be cute that day. So I could be ugly as fuck inside and people will still watch me because I'm cute on the outside. That's what you call privilege. To my haters, I don't understand how I have support. Chanclas, if you're watching this, how could they still support a felon? How could, when she's talking shit like that? I don't know why people haven't unfollowed her, because they like to watch me. Yeah. Because I'm entertaining. I can make up for that ugliness that you're viewing through the outside. I'm just keeping it. These are things most people will not tell you. Okay. And I'm very aware that I could get on here and be mean as fuck. Mean as fuck. I could run an entire series on somebody. An entire series. And I will keep pulling you in because I'm cute. To some people. Or there's something on the outside that will excuse what's going on the inside. Okay. That's why I told Torta, bitch, you can't be ugly on the outside and on the inside. And that's why she got canceled. Okay, you can't be both. Absolutely, we cannot be both. If I was ugly, acting ugly, nobody would stick around. I'm very aware of that privilege. It's why I can get away with running these series. It's why I can get away with running receipts. It's why I can get away with saying whatever the fuck I want on here, because my pretty privilege has kept my audience around. And that might come off as arrogant, but I mean that with the most honesty. And I'm very aware of it. I don't mean that I'm the hottest bitch around, because I'm not. I have many deficiencies physically, trust. Okay? But I'm very aware of my privilege and how I can invoke it to excuse certain things. Or to justify certain things to people that don't understand. Also, I'm a little funny. My personality, my personality is debatable. Some people like it, some people don't. It's authentic over here. It might not always be pretty. I don't always look cute, by the way. There's some, y'all have seen me busted on here, okay? In fact, I've seen some troll pages that have taken screenshots of me on YouTube when I pull up full on guy. It is what it is, bitch. I don't always look cute. I don't. I'm at an age where I don't place as much importance on my physique, my vanity, my extensions. Like, it just is what it is sometimes. Sometimes showing up to class is more important than dressing up for class, right? So trust when I'm telling you, I don't always look good. There's days I get on here looking busted. But that's part of just keeping it real, because I'm not a beauty content creator. I'm not in this, it is what it is. Sometimes I'm just here to deliver. Sometimes I'm just here to show up. So that's what I mean by We're all ugly to somebody. I'm not the baddest bitch around. I'm not the most prettiest. I may not even be a 10. I passed with a 6 in class, okay? As long as I got a 5 is still passing, bitch. Okay, a 5 is still passing. Una cristiana me dijo, las mujeres no dicen groserías, te ves muy mal hablando así, pues mejor sigo siendo mujer. Alguien te dijo, me imagino que calladita te veías más bonita, ¿verdad? Yo no. Yo siento que... De hecho, yo no me quiero ver bonita. Yo no nací para ser bonita, ni verme bonita. And that is what's so against social norms. I'm not here to look cute. I'm not here to look, to fit the beauty, the mold of a beauty. Of what society says is pretty. Somebody said in one of my videos, how can you act like this as an attorney? Or like, how are you going to get clients knowing you had an OnlyFans? Most lawyers don't act like this or some shit along those lines. And I was like, I'm never going to be most lawyers. I'm never going to be most lawyers. I will always be a non-traditional lawyer because of my past and my history. So when people are like, aren't you worried about what you're doing? Have you seen my digital footprint? Have you seen my criminal convictions? I will never be a traditional lawyer. I will never fit the social mold for what a lawyer is supposed to behave like or talk like or move like. Okay? So trust me when I say the least of my concerns once I start practicing will be a YouTube series of me talking shit. I'm going to have bigger issues. Trust me, the last thing will be that I put my titties and my ass on the internet. Okay, I'm going to have to answer for some felonies. For some deportations, if you will. Yeah, so I'll cross that bridge when I get there. I have accepted I will never fit any social mold. I will always be a non-traditional woman. Always. A problematic woman. A messy woman. Convicted. She did this. Have you seen her over here? That's part of my, it's part of the part of me, like what's the word I'm looking for? It's part of how I stay authentic to myself. Right? So it sets me aside. If you want a traditional lawyer, it's not me. If you want a Susie that went to school and got straight A's and never had a boyfriend, and by all means. But my personal experiences, the non-traditional part of me is where I get most of my experience from. So, yeah, no, I'm not concerned. And if what's for me will always be for me. I'm a huge believer. La abogada del only. Yeah. La abogada con el only. I'm sure I'll make headlines one day. Have you seen the attorney that has an OnlyFans? Did you know that personal images like that cannot be admitted into court because of privacy reasons in Mexico? So my only will never be able to use against me in court. There are privacy laws that prohibit images of that sort, intimate images, regardless of where they're obtained from being admitted into court proceedings as evidence because it would violate privacy laws. So people will be able to talk about my OnlyFans all over town, in HOA meetings, outside, wherever. But it could never be discussed in court because it violates privacy laws. So whenever you guys ask me, aren't you? No, I'm actually not. No one wants cookie cutter attorneys. Some people do. Some people, conservative people, that's a good one. La abogada con el only. You know what? I need merch with that. Okay. Chuck, that's gonna get so mad at me. See? Efectivamente sí, seré la abogada con el only, que tuvo only. Who knows if I'll have them by then? I don't know. I've always said I'm not gonna do OnlyFans forever. But tal vez sí, seré la abogada con el only. That's actually cute. Let's trademark that. You want me and Cardi B all cute, funny, realistic. It is. I love Cardi B. There's another attorney that I follow that's very non-traditional. What's her name? She's the attorney that's always doing like dancing TikToks and like trap songs. I think she's criminal defense. She's black. I think she has a history herself. The only attorney. What's her name? Nora? Sierra. Yes. Her. I love her vibe. She's even made TikToks where like prosecutors have made comments about her TikToks, her social media. In fact, I think she was even arrested one time at a court hearing. She's a perfect example of a non-traditional lawyer. But she's so relatable, which is how she probably gets a lot of her clients. I would hire her because of how relatable she is. I would hire an attorney. They brought it up to the jury, I'm sure, because she's non-traditional. She's out there. And she has a right to be, like, attorneys don't have to shed their personalities to practice, right? So she is a non-traditional attorney, and she's very inspired. Like, I'm inspired by her ability to just be authentically herself, walk into courtrooms, and walk outside and make fucking TikToks about winning the case. I'm sure she's not popular among her workforce. I'm sure a lot of people will talk shit about her and say things because her behavior is not traditional to how an attorney is supposed to behave, right? Attorneys are supposed to be fucking professional and well put together at all times. And you see her right in front of the courthouse dancing to fucking Migos about getting people off on gun charges, right? I would hire her because of how relatable she is, because I see a real person. I see more than just books and the law, right? I see a real person that can relate to me, that can understand me, that has history like me, that very much may have been on both sides. Okay, I want an attorney that knows the system on both sides, not just the side in the classroom, not just one side of the bench. The best attorneys know both sides of the bench. The best attorneys have been defendants. And those are the attorneys that know about the social injustices, that know about, you know, all the cracks in the system, that know about all the violations, that know what to look for. So when people are like, aren't you worried? No, this is what's going to set me aside. I'm banking. This is actually part of my marketing. Okay. Do you know how many people have been watching this series that are like, yo, can I hire you? Can you help me do this? Can you help me do that? I'm putting it to practice. And then the tattoos. Oh, people will be clutching their pearls. Yo sigo al abogado Rosales y pienso que los motiva a seguir con tantas injusticias. Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom. They can't fathom the fact that smart women can be besties too. Being a woman alone in law, you're already up against, you know, the patriarchy. Like, you're already up against a system that was built for men against women. Women in law are already non-traditional to begin with. We're not supposed to be there. Do you know how long it took us to be able to get into courtrooms to fight against laws that were made by men against us? Yeah. So being an attorney is already non-traditional as a woman. You're stepping into courtrooms that are dominated by males. And especially in Mexico, el machismo. Oh, you don't know the satisfaction that I had in court with Jimmy, represented by a female myself, to watch the system work against him. To watch a machista humbled by women in court. Honestly, that made me like it was like my light bulb moment. I was like, this is what I'm here for. This is what I'm here for. I want to be an attorney to humble men like him with the same system that was built against us, you know? And that's some deep shit already. Maybe I'm getting too deep into this, but so anyway, Hit Chat, I'm going to take a quick restroom break. A quick restroom break, besties. Refill your coffee, refill your agüitas, and I'll be right back. Oh, I forgot to mute you guys. Hi, I'm back. I'm from Los Angeles. What kind of law did you say she wants to practice? I actually haven't decided. I feel like I need to get through my entire court. Like, I need to obtain my degree first to study all the laws and then decide where. I'm leaning towards immigration and maybe family. I don't know, something that's non-risky. Did you hire a female attorney intentionally? No. I had hired multiple attorneys. Did you guys hear Chanclas in the HOA meeting when she was like, she's been through 10 attorneys already? I've hired multiple attorneys. I hired a woman in the beginning. She got shut down. So I decided to bring in 2 men to see if that would work. They got shut down. And then the criminal attorney that's working with me is a female. And it wasn't intentional. She just, you know, it happened. And I think she's been the only one that's been able to actually get some type of results. So, yeah. Imagine how people Jimmy's harassed and intimidated without saying a word. Yeah. I'm glad we were able to do a quick recap on the HOA, but I don't think we're going to spend much time creating content on it because we are so deep in the sauce on this series with Candace. And honestly, like, I am so psyched about this decision from the mayor. I'm sorry. I just feel like it's such a big deal. Like, what a big W. Hi, Nelly. Welcome. When I first got the email, when I was on live about the HOA stuff, I actually thought it was a denial. I thought she had denied my request because the subject to the email is letter regarding appeal decision for records denial. And it said, see the attached document. And yeah, at first it looked like she was upholding the redactions, and she was when it came to the identifying information. But I'm overturning the city's redaction of any information that is not personally identifying and obtained through criminal justice information systems. That tells me, so that's key. Listen, I'm overturning the city's redaction of any information that is not personally identifying and information obtained through criminal justice information systems. So any information obtained by the police, pretty much, is going to be unredacted. I didn't know the mayor's responded. Yeah, we got it just this morning. Super cool. We read it on live together. So we gotta wrap up. Look, we're gonna wrap up in exactly 20 minutes. Somebody put a timer on me. Hold me accountable because this live already went way too long. I've been live for too long. So nobody wants to watch the HOA meeting, clearly. Okay, because I've gotten 2 new members. I thought my HOA meeting would trigger a lot of new subscribers. Chanclas, if you're watching this, okay, don't take credit for the monetization this year because it didn't hit the way that it did previous years. So the full HOA meeting is available on my baddies tier for $9.99. You do have to purchase a membership, but if not, you can also watch the recap that I did live this morning where I narrate what happened. But the actual receipts of the actual meeting is behind the paywall. Will your TikTok live be reposted? For the $2.99 tier, it will be. So remember that the TikTok lives are reposted for the $2.99 tier, and then the YouTube lives are reposted for the $9.99 tier. You always say that reminds me when we're leaving, right? Every time we're like when you're trying to get off the phone, you can't get off the phone. Yeah, I don't know. The mayor made my whole morning, y'all. It made my whole morning. I think it's more enjoyable when you narrate. Yeah, you know, I thought about doing a sit down video like I usually do that would have taken me longer. I wanted to get the meeting up ASAP because I knew there were some of you guys waiting for it. And I wanted to give you guys the weekend to listen to it so then we could regroup together. But for those of you that don't have a membership, I think the recap is sufficient. Should be good. Miserable chancla. I will say, you guys, that I feel like, I don't know, I just feel like the HOA stuff is forming such a smaller part than it used to. You know, I used to be consumed with HOA stuff. I really did. I don't know Spanish. Jen, I made a live replay that's public that just kind of re-narrates it on my YouTube channel. So if you don't know Spanish, the HOA meeting is in Spanish. It's not, I think there's an option to translate it, but you can always tune into the live replay, which is on the HOA playlist, and it's public, where I explained what happened. I re-narrate some stuff, and I just give you a play-by-play of what's in the HOA meeting for this year. The HOA meeting has been a huge hit. It's been probably my most watched series, definitely, and I'm glad that I've been able to create something good out of it. I was telling my mom, you know, when I called my mom to let her know how it went, that I was like, you know, Mom, I really feel like everything's going to be okay. And I took away something really good from all these things that have been happening. Like, it's really helping me, like, desarrollarme in my studies, in my Spanish, all of that. It is mentally exhausting. It is. But I feel like because I don't live there anymore, I have so much more going on in my life that I don't stay stuck there. Definitely the weekend was rough. It took me a couple of days to get my head out of HOA bullshit. Spent some time with my kids, with my man. Monday, you know, I did a quick live, and then we're just kind of back to a regular scheduled programming. But yeah, I will be honest that it definitely had its impact on me. I think that situation is violent. What they do in those meetings is violence. It's moral violence. That's what Jimmy did last year, right? So it doesn't surprise me that, you know, I walked away feeling so like just jumped and emotionally beat down, and in a way, like, you know, like violentada, because that's what those meetings feel like when you're sitting in a room with a bunch of people verbally attacking you. Like, that's violence. That's intimidating. That's moral violence, the way that the judge explained it. So it took me a couple days to regroup. It does feel like an abusive environment for me to be in. It does feel like it's a opportunity that they take to verbally assault me in front of everybody, to degrade me, to put me down, to mock me, to ridicule me, to make fun of me, all as a group. So it took me a couple days to snap back from out of it and just kind of like, fuck it, you know? Today I feel much better. I feel like, you know, I'm back to my regular content, back to normal life, and things will get worked out in court. I truly believe that they will. And I'm okay with taking some losses as well. I've made peace with it, that I may take some losses in the process. I don't expect to win everything, but I have satisfaction in knowing that this will all be sorted out through the courts, and that the authorities can make a decision on it, not the neighbors. I'm not going to allow them just to run over me. Like, you know, I'll bulldoze the house, no problem, but make a judge tell me. This is also going to help me with public speaking. It's going to help me with appearing in court. It's going to help me with, man, this entire HOA case has helped me so much. It's taught me so many things. So absolutely. Sometimes we have to go through shitty situations to come out a better person. I believe my deportation is a perfect example of that. And I believe that my experience with the HOA and these people is a perfect example of that. And I think that pisses them off. I think that makes them even more mad that I'm not like beat down about it. Putting your cases together. Yes. Your workout suit. Thank you. I've gotten a lot of compliments on the suit. I bought it. It's Adidas. I bought it at La Isla in Nova Sport. It was $100. It was kind of, it was 2,000 pesos. So like each piece was 1,000 pesos. I thought that was kind of pricey, but I really like it. And I've gained some weight, so I need to go shopping again, because all my clothes, even my workout clothes, don't fit me anymore. They're too tight. I'm gaining weight, guys. Like, it's such a, these are size large, okay? I went from wearing extra small. Granted, these don't fit me as tight. They have some play, but I used to not be able to fit into larges. Like, they would be like hanging off of me. So I have went from a size extra small comfortably to a medium large, a medium / large. Like, I could have fit in a medium, but it would have been just more tight. These are large. These are large. If you can advocate for yourself for a force that can't be messed with, absolutely. Yeah. It takes a lot of courage to stand up for yourself in front of such an aggressive group of people. You don't back down, and that's what I admire about you. Thank you, bestie. Es el amor. Yes. Sí, definitivamente sí. He's a great influence on my mental health, on my physical health, making sure I eat, making sure I rest. He did show up to the meeting last minute. He had asked me if I wanted him to go with me, and I had told him no, that I got it. I got the attorney, I got my classmate. I didn't want him involved. I didn't want him to hear all that shit. I didn't want them to know who he is. I didn't feel like it was necessary. I thought he would just be bored. I also knew it was going to be a 3 to 4 hour meeting, right? Things got really uncomfortable at the beginning. And so I texted him and I said, I need some backup in this meeting. I don't feel comfortable. I need somebody to watch my back. And he did just that. He pulled up quietly. I don't think they noticed him. Well, no, they did. They noticed that somebody arrived. They even brought it up in the meeting. Somebody just pulled up to her house and parked over there. And so they have no problem getting in. He came. He was watching my back at the back of the meeting. The way that they had strategically set up the meeting. She had her sister right beside me. There was neighbors right behind me watching my laptop. And then her man was parked right in front with eyes on me the entire meeting. So I was very intimidated. I was very intimidated at the meeting. I was very uncomfortable. My body was reacting. You know, I was nervous. I didn't feel safe. Jimmy was also there. He showed up. He made his presence. So they definitely made it a purpose to deploy intimidation tactics. Right. So naturally, I was like, all right, I see how this is going to be. Let me call for backup. And he was there watching over me the entire meeting, him and his boys. And, you know, they escorted me out of the community. They drove behind us. They made sure we got home safe. And yeah, so it's been nice to have some support through all of this. I remember in the beginning when all the HOA stuff happened, I was completely on my own. I was so vulnerable. I was so scared. I was so intimidated. I didn't know where to go. I didn't know who to ask for help. I was scared living in my own house. There was really nobody to have my back. And they knew that, and they preyed on that. So it's been a healing full circle moment to be able to, circle back mentally, emotionally more prepared, more supported, with somebody watching over me, and not feel like I'm on my own with these crazy people. Jimmy wasn't supposed to be at the meeting, but he was. And there will be eventually consequences for that. So, there is a pinned comment to my chat if you want to become a baddie, where that will give you access to all the receipts, all the HOA meeting, some of the posts I was making while I was in the HOA meeting. There's a lot of updates behind there. So you'll also get access to Candace's 911 call. You'll get access to all of it. So do me a favor, if you're on the baddies tier, give my baddies tier a review. Let the besties know if it's worth it for people that haven't subscribed, or motivate some besties to upgrade their subscription. Because we need to rank in some legal fees. I hope they throw his ass in jail. I need to do additional things to request another hearing. We're working on some stuff, is all I can share. Okay, we're working on some stuff. We will be back to court with Jimmy soon. And I can only share limited information about the entire process because there's some things in play. And I know what they're watching, and I will not give them anything to defend themselves with. So Yes, YouTube memberships. Head to my YouTube. You can subscribe for $2.99. Well, you can subscribe for free. You can become a member for $2.99 or $9.99. And I promise you, today is the day I'm dropping my giveaways for April. Your question on your yes, that is what chanclas looks like. You can also see her. You guys want to? I took a video of her at the HOA meeting this year. You want to see her? Let me post a video for you on the wall. I didn't take much, honestly. Believe it or not, I didn't want to like alterar them. I didn't want them to. Tina. This song is so outrageous. Thank you so much, Tina. I love it. It's so cute. Thank you, Tina. Shout out to you.
Has just tipped $49.99 through Super Chat. Legal fees bucks. Heart hands emoji.
Shout out to Tina, always making it rain. One of our biggest gifters, supporters, super chatters. Thank you so much, Tina. I appreciate you. Definitely the GOAT. Tina always comes through. So what I was saying is that, believe it or not, I wasn't trying to like alterar them más. I really wasn't trying to go in there aggressive or with my phone on everybody's faces. It was not my intention to just go there for content and expose people and blast them all over the internet. So I didn't take any content of them. I didn't even vlog me getting to the meeting. Like, I don't even have a vlog to make for my main channel of what happened at the meeting. I simply recorded my face and the audio of the meeting for my receipts. And I did have an inkling that I might post it to YouTube, okay? But I recorded very little of their actual, like, I think I got one clip with chanclas in it. Okay, so I will post that. It's very limited. I kind of regret not taking the Ray-Bans. Like, now that I know how things went, I wish I would have done more things. But again, I didn't go there with the intention of content. I really didn't. I've learned to kind of, and this may have taken me a while to, you know, learn, but there's some things you just don't record. There's some things you just don't post, you know, and I believe it or not, I've learned. And in the beginning, I was all about, you know, there are some things that I have recorded and vlogged that I have publicized that have really pissed people off and maybe weren't right on my end, right? So this year, I didn't show up with the intention of blasting chanclas. I didn't show up with the intention of taking pictures of her and mocking her or making fun of her like I may have done previous years. Like, I really showed up on some mature, like, I just here to talk and see if we can get somewhere, like, to try to make amends. But I'm glad that I did record the meeting, right? So I don't have, like, last year, you guys know I got a good picture of chanclas last year just fucking mean mugging me, right? I do know that some of them took pictures of me. I know her sister and her were there, God knows doing what. And so I'm okay with that. I know when I went to court, you know, Jamie was like this all over. I do feel like I've grown some since the first meeting, right? And I'm really not out to just take pictures and blast them and right? So I took a small clip of chanclas when she was talking about my house. Okay. So I will post it on my wall so you guys can get a visual of what the setup was. Chanclas in action. 2026. I hate that it posts it as a short. Anyway, I want to see what chanclas looks like. She looks like a meatball. You dismantled them very strategically. That takes talent, but it also pisses off people who don't see it coming. Yes. Absolutely. If it's gonna hurt your case, don't post it. That's no different than the HOA meeting that I shared with you guys. I know that there were things done and said during the HOA meeting to intimidate me into not posting and to intimidate me into not recording. Okay. So part of me sharing the meeting with you guys, sharing this small clip with you guys, is making a statement to her that she's not going to tell me what I can and can't do. This is what started everything from the beginning, is me expressing myself on my social media channels about what I was going through. I didn't even mention her, you know, her name. I didn't share any images of her the first time that I talked about the window situation. So I know she made certain points to try to intimidate me. Like, they'll sue me for this, they'll sue me for that. If they want to sue me for posting them on my social media platforms, they can. And they should. I'm not going to stop moving or doing things because I'm afraid of them. Because I'm afraid of being taken to court. Take me to court. We are getting up on time. Yes, we are. Farewell, so long to you, my friends. What song is that off of? Go to the thumbnail of the last HOA meeting. That's how Chunkless looks. Yes. I know. We gotta go, guys. So in summary, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I hope you guys enjoyed this recap. Do they have resources? No, they're officially broke. They're broke. As of March 30th, which was just a month ago, they had 100 pesos in their bank account. Okay. Mind you, they still have to keep up with the expenses to keep up the community, right? From the gardener to the pool guy to the light bill, they're behind on water. They're broke. So they have no room to be threatening anybody with the lawsuit. And I know that's going to piss them off. That pisses them off when I talk about money. They feel offended when we mention when we mention that they don't have money for this, that they should take in consideration the money because people are already struggling with keeping up with their monthly obligations. So why would they think about suing? They're in no position to threaten to sue. They're in no position to say they're going to help Jimmy with his legal fund because they don't have no fucking money. Does them being broke, does that affect you as a homeowner? No, I'm not broke. I can cover my shit. It affects them because they can't. I don't even live there anymore. So it affects them because they can't cover their basic costs to maintain the community. I don't live in that community. So if they can't pay the water, if they can't pay the light bill, if they can't pay the gardener or the pool, it's not a problem to me because I don't live there. They already me despojaron, right? They already took my property from me. So if they can't take care of the community, it doesn't affect my property because I'm already paying somebody to maintain it. I pay for my own lawn service. I pay for my own water. So the water would be shut off like to the pool for them to be able to water. Each house pays their own water, but the community pays water for like the common areas, right? So that wouldn't affect, if they shut the shit off, that's not my problem. My house is still getting water. If they shut off the light, that means that the pool area doesn't have lights. It doesn't affect my house. It still has light, right? So it wouldn't affect me at all for them to not be able to pay their bills. It would affect the people that still live there. Absolutely. I know, guys. No me corran. Hang on. Hang on. Thumbnail. You can change the thumbnail on the YouTube mobile app. So, yeah, I just thought it was crazy that they're in no position to bargain. They're in no position to demand, and they're in no position to threaten to sue. With what money? Jimmy's going to need some money right quick. I'm telling you that right now. Within the next couple of weeks, Jimmy's going to need some money. He's going to need some money quick. So, guys, I know it's been 20 minutes. Don't me corran. I'm finishing something up really quick. Can I hang out for a second? Can I stay for a little bit longer? Can we go to 3? Can we go 20 more minutes? The videos are shown on YouTube. Yes, it's for YouTube. It's for... I'm trying to change the thumbnail, though. Shorts. Numbers. Edit. Oh, here we go. What thumbnail shall I put? Oh, it doesn't let me edit. Oh, weird. I can't put a different one. It's gotta be one from... I know, I said to remind me, but give me 20 more. What's 20 more minutes? We're already almost at the 4-hour mark. Oh, I didn't know it lets you add text. This is cool. I did not know that YouTube let you add text to your YouTube thumbnail covers. Chanclas in Action HOA Meeting 2026. Awesome. Yeah, like they're complaining about like they're in debt. They're in debt, and what's crazy to me is there are houses that owe them money for HOA dues. Up to 158,000 pesos is what they're owed. But they're not going after those houses. They're more focused on suing me over my build than suing other houses that have stopped paying. Do you see what's crazy about that? Like, and mind you, I'm paying. Okay, I'm not somebody that stopped paying. I'm paying every month. But they rather spend their resources suing me, that's going to cost them money, than sue somebody that owes them money where they're going to get money back out of that lawsuit. Does it affect value of the property? Just asking because I'm currently a townhome owner and I've about had it with the HOA because they're money hungry. They allege that my home devalues their homes. I would say that having an HOA that's indicted on criminal charges devalues their homes more than my rooftop garden. I hope Chanclas, Chanclas offered to represent him. I hope she does. I hope she ends up representing him in court so I can watch her make a fool out of herself in front of the court. So I can see the judge check her the same way he checked his other attorneys. Honestly, I would be very entertained if she ended up representing him. She said she would do it. She would do it pro bono as if she has any experience. Imagine Jimmy's future lying in the hands of an attorney that's never practiced. Crazy. The fact that they're willing to trust their case with her when she's never practiced is crazy to me. I would not put my life in the hands of an attorney that graduated in 2017 and has never practiced, has stopped studying, and does not dedicate herself to practicing. But hey, by all means, he'd be better off with a public attorney than Chanclas representing him. And that's not me being a hater at all. Is that a conflict of interest? Honestly, yeah, I personally think it is, but I feel like I don't know if they take those things into account here. Them being part of the board, him being part of the, like, we didn't even get to that point. I was going to suggest that they remove him from any position of power while he's being prosecuted, which would make sense, right? Would it not make sense for somebody that's facing criminal charges to not be in charge of an entire community, especially when it comes to money or have access to their money? Nita, welcome to YouTube Besties.
462 has purchased a membership.
Like, we didn't even get to that part because I realized, yeah, they're going to ride for him regardless. Okay. But that was crazy to me that they don't see the conflict of interest. I don't know. I don't know. It's crazy to me. I will say that there are neighbors that are not in support of this. But the majority of the ones that showed up were. And they showed up specifically to vote for this. Yeah, there was no way they were going to remove him. So I was like, okay, whatever, have it. He ain't using my money. My money's protected. It's not my money he's stealing. They literally co-signed him stealing their money. They believed everything that he said, which is not why he was charged. And they chose to make his criminal case their financial liability. Which, hey, power to him. Power to him that he has that level of influence and support in there. Linda, welcome to YouTube Besties. What's the difference between Besties or Baddies? Besties has access to only my TikTok live replays, badges and stickers. Baddies have access to everything, behind the scenes content, monthly giveaways, badges, stickers, YouTube live replays, YouTube exclusive member only live access. Tiene mucha labia. Yes. Yeah, so he is a skilled manipulator. Skilled. I'm between him and Chanclas, they take the fucking cake. Okay? But it ain't my money they're stealing. It is not my money they're stealing. Can you later sue the HOA for applying your... Yes. Yes. Whiteboard access. Yes. You get whiteboard access. You get whiteboard access on the Baddies tier. Plot twist. After the case is over, do a criminal series on Jimmy. So I got some additional receipts on Jimmy over the weekend. And let me tell you what I know about Jimmy. Hold on real quick. Hold on. Jimmy is... Both his parents have RIP'd. He's legally single. Knows how to read and write. He makes 15,000 pesos a month. So he makes about $800 a month. He works as an administrator for other communities behind hours. And his co-signer is a older person as well. I mean, nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. Those 10,000 pesos he put as bond. It lists here that they authorize those 10,000 pesos to be released to me in the event that they come up with some type of financial agreement. So that HOA money, guess who's gonna end up paying for his financial damages? Guess. The community. YouTube is still paused. So if and when we get to the point of restitution, guess who's gonna pay that? The community. That's what they agreed. That's what they just signed on to. I don't think they realized what they agreed to when they said that they're gonna have us back. But those 10,000 pesos are already being held for me, and those will form part of my restitution. So when the judgment is issued against him for the losses that I've incurred at the root of his criminal conduct, which is in the millions of pesos, they'll either have to put up their own houses for it or pay for it or put up his house. So yeah, they voted to take on the financial brunt of his case, which will eventually include restitution. Hello, Giovanna. Welcome to YouTube Besties.
Johnny Van the Brave of 3760 has purchased a membership.
That's why they're probably making it seem like the HOA has no money. Oh, they're not making it seem. They don't have money. I've looked at the bank account. Them not having money is a fact. They don't have money. They're broke. They're dead ass broke. They literally have 100 pesos. So I just think it's funny. And then Chanclas did say she'll pay it all herself. Well, cool. I hope she does. Once they find out how much they have to pay, they're gonna retract. And maybe they won't. And congratulations to him. If he manages to brainwash all of them into paying for his fuck ups, I mean, I'm not gonna reserve myself, you know, and that's his way to make me look like the bad guy. They already look at this as I'm the one affecting them. I'm the one that is taking from them. Which is crazy that he was able to machine it to that, because they're the ones that chose to help him with it. Y'all don't have to pay his attorney's fees. You chose to. So when I come and collect, and I have to collect from all of you, I just hope they stand on business. How much will it be? A lot of money. I don't think they're prepared to fund a legal defense. Like I said, he's going to need a lot of money quickly in the next couple of weeks. So I hope they can all... And seeing that most houses struggle to pay the $50 a month on time, I don't see them being able to come up with money quickly. Okay, the majority of the houses don't know how much they're going to have to pay, or that they even have to pay. So when they get the notice, hey, we voted to help him with this, so now everybody has to pay this, there's going to be people that are like, wait, what the fuck? What do you mean? What do you mean we got to pay 5,000 pesos out of pocket this month for him? And you think they're all going to pay on time? You think they're all going to pay when they're asked to pay, so that they can come up with the money to pay his attorney or bond or whatever the fuck? No. How much do they owe the water company? I got to go back and listen to the meeting. It says it in the meeting. I didn't write it down, but I didn't catch on to it till later, where they were talking about a debt to the water company. They're complaining about paying the gardener. They're complaining about like they don't have the money. They don't have the money. They're barely getting by. They're breaking even every month. And they don't even have a savings account for expenses if something goes wrong. You know, so there is going to be a lot of financial issues coming up, because aside from the monthly amount that it takes to maintain the community, there's going to be repairs for this, for that usually come out of our savings that we don't have a savings for anymore. The savings are going to be depleted by his legal fees. So it's going to bankrupt the community. It's going to directly impact the maintenance of the community. And we just have to watch it play out. And maybe then they're going to get to a point where they have to consider retracting. And so far, it's only been me taking the financial hits. And I've taken a lot of them, okay? They are just, the tides are finally starting to turn, where they're going to start taking some financial hits. And I promise you, they're not going to last as long. They're going to fold a lot quicker. And I haven't folded. Okay, I've been taking my L's, whatever, they're L's. But I promise you that those people with no personal interest in this, even those that voted for this, are going to start folding quicker than crackers. Okay? When it starts bankrupting the community. Yeah, in the meeting they said there's a lot of people that haven't paid, that are past due. They need that money for other things. They cannot afford juggling multiple lawsuits against me, and that's what's going to happen. They're going to have to fund Jimmy's legal defense. They're going to have to fund the defense for Chancla's lawsuit, and they're going to need a defense for my civil suit that's coming. Yeah. Hopefully they do show up to the court hearing. They were advised when the court hearing is. The next court date's in June. Maybe they'll show up to support Jimmy. Hopefully they do. Hopefully they do show up so they can be informed of what's going on. Not just Jimmy's version. I would love for them to go. Even if it is in support of him, so they can actually hear. That was a helicopter. That was a little close for comfort. So yeah, it would actually be a positive thing for them to show up to the court hearings, so they can hear from the judge firsthand what's actually going on, what he's being charged for. And I actually expect them to show up, at least the board members. I do think at least the board members will show up so they can get firsthand knowledge. That would be the smart thing to do, no? That would make the most sense is for at least the board members to show up to get first-hand knowledge on what's going on. Solar panel Susie, if you're watching, bitch, like, you should go. You should go before you're out here batting for that man. Chanclas told the assembly that she was at the hearing, that she was outside, which is also a lie. Anyway, I hated the guy that kept questioning your payments. There's only 16 payments on record. That was a lie too. We took all 24 of them. All 24 of them. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap up because it is time. It is time. TikTok, thank you for joining me. Catch the replay on my YouTube channel. You can subscribe by hitting the link in my bio or going to YouTube and searching Annie GRC. It's been a pleasure. And as far as my YouTube besties, hold on. Arianda bestie, thank you so much. She just Venmoed me $25 for legal fees, cafecito, a new fit for OF, para lo que se te dé la chingada gana. Thank you so much, bestie. I appreciate you. Hold on. I'm waiting on a text back. I might stay a little bit longer if I get this text back. Okay, hold on. Hold on. 2 seconds. True. Okay, so quick recap before we leave. We covered a little bit of a choice of at the end, but we covered all the records that we the GRAMMA requests that we submitted for Candace. We covered the appeal and we covered the response to the appeal. We will be receiving a unredacted police report, 911 call, and email objection. Ariana, welcome to YouTube. Fatty's alert. We will be receiving the new records within 10 days.
Fantasy has purchased a membership.
Also, we should be receiving at least some follow-up on the Ortiz file on, I believe, May 4th is when she said. I'm curious to see what's going on with the Ortiz files because I did request to expedite them and they haven't expedited them. So I do believe Candace may have tried to object to the Ortiz files. I could be wrong. When I called the police department on that request, they told me they've received a high amount of requests in general. And so that I should expect a request by the 10th day. Tina, thank you. Shout out to Tina. Did my mouse die?
Antinat661 has just tipped $49.99 through Super Chat. We need to be prepared for anything. We got you always, bestie. 100 emoji, heart suit emoji.
Thank you so much, Tina. Shout out to Tina, always carrying us through these lives. She sent 2 $50 super chats. I appreciate you wholeheartedly. Thank you to all of you guys that have gifted. Am I frozen? I believe I'm frozen. Hold on, let me refresh this. I'm refreshing. If I'm frozen, stay with me. Okay, am I back? Okay, I think I'm back. So I don't know if I cut out, but a huge shout out to Tina for supporting our live streams, carrying our live streams on her back sometimes. She has gifted 2 $50 super chats. She made it rain so hard the live froze. Yes. yeah, huge shout out to Tina. Thank you for taking care of me on these lives. Thank you for making my time worthwhile. Thank you for helping to the legal fees, the funding fees, all of that. Thanks for keeping us in business so I can hang around for 4 hours at a time, bestie. Yeah, I know I'm lagging a little bit. What else? You're not frozen on my end. Okay, it did freeze over here as well. So what was I saying? Oh, I was recapping the what we covered, the GRAMA request. So we're supposed to get a new unredacted police report within 10 days. Unredacted 911 call. Anything that's not just personally identifying information will be unredacted. So all the context to the police report should be available, with the exception of Candace's name, her kid's name, whatever. We are supposed to get the GRAMA request for the Ortiz arrest by, I believe, May 4th. I don't know what reports are available for that. I don't know if there's a 911 call, but we're waiting to hear back. So we will have additional records to go through. And finally, I believe we'll be able to like put cases side by side and kind of see the pattern. We covered a tiny bit of HOA stuff. We covered the appeals. I mean, huge W on the appeals. Honestly, that was a really exciting. The appeals, honestly, was a really exciting part of the day for me. I'm not gonna lie. I felt very accomplished. I felt very proud of my. Oh, maybe that's what helicopter. Yeah, let me let me check the news. What's going on in PV? Because I heard that helicopter. Somebody just emailed me something about some big C activity. Let me check the news. Are you able to tell us how the student's attorney felt after the meeting? Yeah. So my classmate was at the hearing as well. So my classmate was there when a lot of the things were being said about the hearing. She was like, that didn't happen. They didn't say that. So what Jimmy did is he wrote a written statement that he had another neighbor read out loud in the meeting. And that written statement contained a lot of false statements about what happened in the case and what happened at the hearing. So my classmate that went with me was sitting in the hearing. And so when we left, she was, that was bullshit. Like, that did not happen. That's not what the judge said. That's not why he was charged. So she was able to, she had the same opinion, like, he's lying to them. He's lying to them. My attorney was pretty much like, yeah, don't worry about it. Let them fuck up. She goes, we're not going to correct them. Hold on, guys. There is something going on in PV. There's military helicopters flying around. There is something going on in PV. Oh shit. They just captured another. Oh shit, okay. No. I gotta go, guys. I gotta go. Okay.